Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for coming on this Choti Diwali day. So I would like to give a big thanks to everyone for taking out time and coming to the event. I welcome you all to this special event, which is Gen Z and Gen Alpha Second Edition Awards, where today we will be celebrating the young achievers, the young talent. So to begin this award, I would like to call upon the stage the Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Businessworld, and founder of Exchange for Media, Dr. Anurag Batra.
Morning. Thank you, Imani, for putting this together. Happy Choti Diwali to all of you. Thank you for giving your time on a Sunday and a Diwali. We should have done this earlier, but all said and done, it's happening today. There is a God's plan. Mr. Goyal, good to have you, and you're a pioneer in your domain, and you made an impact, and still you're able to make time. One of the qualities of great people are they make time for others, they make time for initiatives. We had conceptualized this event 2 years back, and this event is about Gen Z and Gen Alpha change makers. The age of achievement is getting younger. You take any profession, younger and younger people are making more mark at much younger ages. You can take media, or let's say content creators. You can take chess, sports. Look at the young captain of the Indian cricket team. He's possibly the youngest captain around, right? So the age of achievement is getting younger. And as they say, catch them young. The role of a media product is to be able to discover people, leaders before they've become big. So this endeavor is to be able to discover young people who have contributed in the domains they've chosen for themselves. So today we'll be recognizing 24 such achievers. Mr. Kartikeya Sharma, who's a member of parliament in the zone, chairman of NewsX, will be our guest of honor. He'll be here at about 2:45. Out of the 24 winners, 22 winners are coming physically, and their families are coming. They're from domains, uh, you know, as wide-ranging as sports. Uh, we have a young winner today who's in ice skating represented India and done well at the global level. We have young achievers who are in the domain of culture, they're making an impact. We have young achievers, and they're bordering on being prodigies. I won't say all of them are prodigy, but they're exceptional talent who are making a difference. It's a young initiative. Uh, we had to do this a month earlier, but for whatever reason, it didn't happen earlier. It's happening today. We'll have a full house as the day progresses. I just want to say that in the world, there are, I came across while we were doing research, a young prodigy. He's 4 years old and he plays the piano like a professional. And I can go on about young people who are doing exceptional exceptional work. The idea is to be able to take their stories beyond this room through our platforms, through our magazines, websites, and be able to inspire other younger people. Uh, so I don't want to stand between you and Mr. H.P. Singh Rishi, who's my friend for almost 30 years, 3 decades. Mr. Rishi has written a book recently, but that's his fifth book. Fourth book? Fourth book. I remember we launched the first book in this hall maybe 15 years back. Yeah, 2011 or 2010. So he will talk to you, all of us, about how to be a human in an age of AI. Mr. Goyal shows up, it's the conversation, right? I enjoy. I have not met him one on one for a long time, but now I'm going to call. I know he's 3rd September born, right, sir? I also share my sun sign with you, and I'll tell you when it is. And again, I met him when I started Exchange from Media 25 years back. And, by God's grace, we've done okay. And, you were being very kind by saying we'll get, and I will take you up on your offer. But Exchange for Media is the number one website on media advertising marketing. And with all humility, we do have relationships with all media companies. But we don't make an effort to invite them for various reasons, but we'll be happy to take you up on that offer in future. And we should involve you with more initiatives as a jury member or as a jury chair, ask you to speak. My friend Rahul, we went to MDI, he's a coach. He does, you know, he's on my Facebook, so I know he's very, very active. I see some other familiar faces. My friend Pushkar, he fetched me from home in the morning and brought me here. And he's very dependable, right? And for those of you who don't know him, I called him last night because we're doing a CFO offsite in Amritsar on 14, 15, 16 November. And I said, why? We have the CFOs of the top 100 companies in the world, in the country there. The I said the smallest company is 1900 crores turnover, you know. And then we agreed that we'll come together to the function, right? So I don't want to bore you with more things, but thank you for being here on a Deepavali. Time, attention are the most important thing. Health is the most important thing. Wealth is important, but I think health is much more important. Cheerfulness is more important. You waking up every morning. I was in office till 8:39. Aman was with me, Himani was with me, and one day I didn't spend time with my wife. I had to go with her somewhere. And but I love my work, so if you Confucius said, if you make your hobby your profession, you don't have to work. So luckily, God has given me such a profession, which is about reading, writing, you know, meeting people. I don't think there can be a better profession. I'm getting paid to have fun. So in life, we must align ourselves to be cheerful, do whatever we do with enthusiasm. It is an idea that I had, but all the hard work has been done by Himani. So please give Himani a big round of applause. And to my business world team, Radnesh, it's a Choti Diwali, Prashant, the editorial colleagues, Azhar, I'm talking about you. Thank you. Yeah, he is, he's special. He need, you know, he a great photographer, but you have to gesture to him. So, all my colleagues, Aman is here, people in the audience, and it will be a full house. I promise you. In the next few minutes, it will be a full house, and we have all the winners and their parents coming. Some of the parents are also very accomplished, but this is an award for young people. I think parents, I have 2 children. These days, we like the spotlight on our children. It's my works. So, Rishiji, again, I met Mr. Let me talk to you about Mr. H.P. Singh Rishi. I passed out of an engineering school, then went to a business school, MDI, first batch. And one of my engineering juniors, very, very dear to me, my closest friends, though I don't see them very often. I met them in February this year. I went to their home in Modi Nagar. They are from Modi Nagar. In fact, the Raj Chowk is named after their grandfather, Sri Raj Dwivedi. So the 2 friends of mine, they're juniors from engineering. They went to Mayo College, Ajmer, and then they came to my engineering college, and they were junior to me, Abhinav and Adit. So Adit used to work for Itochu. I think he used to work for Marubeni for a brief while, and he joined Itochu, or he used to work for Itochu and joined Marubeni. I'm not sure. And one day Aditya said, I want to introduce you to my boss, senior, Mr. Harish Pal Singh Rishi. It was 96, so exactly 29 years back. So I said, okay, Aditya, in CP, the World Trade Tower, you had your office, right? And I met him, and since then, Rishiji is an integral part of my life. I remember meeting my mom and dad at my home in 1997, 98, 99. He's been to my parents' home a lot of times. And my late mother was very, very fond of Rishiji. Anyway, I also, in the next 5 days, it'll be 1 year of my mother going to the other side, but life goes on. I'm sure she's blessing me. So Rishiji used to work with Itochu. His passion was always for sports. I remember there's a big industrialist in India. He was starting something in sports and we needed venues. So one Sunday we went to see those venues with him. He took us to all the DTA schools, Delhi Tamil Educational Association School. Uh, the chairman was his friend, and so he was passionate about sports. So he quit his job in Itochu and he joined the organizing committee of the Commonwealth Games. And Rishiji's father was the legendary Sardar Pritam Singh ji, who was the director of physical education in the Delhi University, and lots of sports people and educationists. And one thing that comes very strongly to him is high integrity. Though he was at Commonwealth Games, but he was like a round peg in square holes, so to say. He was a misfit. Then he one day came to me and said, first he came to me and asked me, मैं join कर लूँ या? So I said, आपके दोस्त चलाते हैं, आप दोस्तों के साथ नहीं करना चाहिए काम. But ऋषि जी being ऋषि जी, इन्होंने मेरी बात सुनी नहीं और ज्वाइन कर लिया. फिर then he was writing the book. I said, don't write the book because he's your friend ultimately. He gave you a job. But Rishi ji being Rishi ji again wrote the book. Right? So he's 9 September born, sir. You know how 3rd September, 9 September, 27th August are, right? Me and my daughter are 27th August. दिमाग में आ जाता है कुछ करना है तो फिर वो करना ही करना है, ठीक है? So Rishi ji has been retired for many years. By God's grace, his son is in the army. He's a grandfather, and his daughter works for a international, let's say, development organization. And he has the blessings of his parents. I think he's come so far because I keep saying that we give a lot of credit to ourselves that we are successful. We work hard. Working hard is a necessary condition, it is not sufficient. And I keep saying our success is because of the sukarma of our parents, of our grandparents, grandparents. And I really deeply believe in that, you know. So I think Rishiji is definitely a product of that. So I would request you to, and he's very humane, whatever that means. He's written books, but he's very, very, he's very old world in the way he will keeps relationships. He's very honest. He's very direct. Also, sometimes bolte hain, मुंह फट, right? So I'll request my friend Mr. H.P. Singh Rishi, who is a motivational speaker and an author of 4 books. He was a hotshot corporate executive in Itochu, and then he chose to take another path. So, Rishiji, why don't you come and talk to all of us? Give Rishiji a big round of applause.
बेटा तुम कभी किसी से प्यार किया? कभी किसी को दिल दिया? मैंने भी दिया. मेरी उम्र के नौजवानों, सत श्री अकाल, नमस्ते and good morning to my young and young at heart friends. When I was given an invite by Dr. Anurag Batra, I was surprised and happy because all the 4 books I have under my belt, they are not written with AI. It is my own intelligence, my reading, my experiences of life, traveling to more than half of India and 26 countries many times over. So today we are talking of AI and this. Both of them can be like a girlfriend and a boyfriend. They have to go saath saath. I request you friends to raise your hands if you have used the AI. That's interesting, 50%. And keep your hands raised if you have used the AI to write stories or love letters to your girlfriends or boyfriends. None? I'm quite surprised. That means you haven't fallen in love yet. Love happens at any age, my friends. And maybe tomorrow you fall in love with AI, and that could become your boyfriend or girlfriend. The point is, I used the AI day before yesterday to find out how much time it would take to analyze my 4 books. And believe me, it took less than 30 seconds. That's the advantage of AI. But AI cannot dream like me. As they say, एक चीर जिगर से उठती है, एक दर्द सा दिल में होता है, हम रात को तारे गिनते हैं जब सारा आलम सोता है. हमारी एक ही बीवी है, एंड अनुराग जी कहते हैं कि मैं उनसे बहुत डरता हूं. मैं बड़े कम इंसानों में से हूं जो कि बड़े फक्र से कहता है कि हाँ, मैं बीवी का गुलाम हूं. इसीलिए मेरे फेस पे स्माइल है. वो कहती है कि ऋषि का तो ये हाल है कि लोग तो रात को तारे देखते हैं, ऋषि दिन में ही तारे देखी जाता है. मैं कहता हूं कि अगर जेके रोलिंग 7 साल मेहनत करके एकदम उसके हस्बैंड ने उसको छोड़ दिया, अगर वो बन सकती है बिलियनर, तो मैं क्यों नहीं बन सकता? बिलियनर एट हार्ट तो हूं ही मैं, लाइक अनुराग बत्रा, जिसने कि मेरी चारों किताबों में अनुराग और इसके टीम का हाथ है. और हिमानी बेटे ने जो लास्ट किताब थी उसमें इसका हाथ था, रीबर्थ एंड रिन्यूअल, अ जर्नी इन सेल्फ डिस्कवरी. सो थैंक यू हिमानी. The AI doesn't feel, it doesn't wonder, it can't dream for you, it cannot fall in love with you. एक वक्त आएगा कि जब से आपका ग्रैंड चाइल्ड या आपका बच्चा वो बोलेगा अलेक्सा को, अलेक्सा आपने मेरा होमवर्क किया है. आज एक मेरी ग्रैंड डॉटर 9 महीने की है, तो वो अभी तक चल नहीं पाती अच्छी तरह, बट वो फोन के पीछे भागती है. ऐसा क्यों है? इसका मतलब ये जैसे सब्जी में आलू होता है कि लोग, एआई इतना घुल मिल गया है हमारी जिंदगी में कि क्या बताएं, इसका फायदा है या नुकसान है. स्टीफन हॉकिंस कहते हैं कि एक टाइम आएगा कि एआई ऐसा कर लेगा, इट माइट mean the end of humanity, the end of the universe, if we depend only on the AI. AI should complement humanity. Humans में बड़ी फायदे की चीजें हैं. Humans में क्यूरियोसिटी है. जैसे मैं ज्यादातर लिखता हूं जो डिफरेंटली एबल्ड लोग होते हैं, जो मार्जिनलाइज सोसाइटी के हैं, उनके बारे में ज्यादा. मेरी नेक्स्ट किताब उसी पे आ रही है और डॉक्टर अनुराग ही करेंगे, वो लॉन्च वो भी करेंगे, उसके चीफ गेस्ट भी यही होंगे. मैं पहले ही बोल रहा हूँ आप सबको. बेसिकली वो आपको ज्यादा कुछ सिखाते हैं जो कि मैंने 30 साल इतोचू में नहीं सीखा. से केले वाला या ई रिक्शा वाला या कैब ड्राइवर, he teaches you more about life than these big organizations can, or the MBA degrees from IIMs can. या सेंट स्टीफेंस कॉलेज वेयर आई स्टडीड, उसने मेरे को इतना नहीं सिखाया, वो कहते वो स्नूटी. और अभी मुझे एक बच्चा मिला जो कि हंसराज कॉलेज का है. Today, my daughter has taught in 4 colleges. Her first job was at Anurag's company, Exchange for Media. तो उसने 4 पढ़ाया है, and she found Miranda much better than St. Stephen's College. She found Hindu College much better than St. Stephen's College. The point is, दुनिया बदल रही है, तो हमको भी उसके साथ बदलना चाहिए. Technology is useful servant but a dangerous master. AI को आप अपना मास्टर मत बनाइए. उसमें फायदा होता है, जैसे मैं कहता हूं कि मेरी किताबें जो हैं, अगर से मेरे को स्पेलिंग चेक करना है उसके लिए हो सकता है, मैंने कवर डिजाइन करना है उसके लिए हो सकता है, पर अगर मैंने अच्छी किताब लिखनी है, अगर से जेके रोलिंग या जेम्स हैडली चेज एआई यूज करते तो उनकी किताब में इतना दम नहीं होता जितना कि उनकी एक्चुअल किताबों में है. दिस इज माई फीलिंग. वी कैन एग्री टू डिसएग्री ऑन दैट. व्हाट डू यू से? कि जेके रोलिंग अगर करती यूज एआई तो क्या उसकी किताब हैरी पॉटर सीरीज अच्छे बन जाते हैं? यस और नो? यस या नो बोलिए. आप बोलिए सर. दैट्स इट. यू कैनॉट हाइड टैलेंट. जैसे वो कहते हैं कि मुश्क जो होता है कि जो जब लड़की लड़का प्यार कर रहे होते हैं तो लड़के के माँ बाप को नहीं पता होता पर सारा मोहल्ला जानता होता है कि लड़की प्यार कर रही है. यू एग्री विद मी? मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, एक छोटी सी एक्सरसाइज करते हैं कि 60 सेकंड के लिए, एक 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 मिनट के लिए आप, मैं ये पैराग्राफ पढ़ूंगा. The sound of the city was a living thing, a rhythm of footsteps, car horns, and laughter bouncing off buildings like echoes of a memory. She stood on the corner, feeling both entirely present and impossibly distant, like the ghost haunting her own life. मुझे ये बताइए दोस्तों कि ये एआई ने लिखा है कि मैंने लिखा है? गैस मारिए. ये मैंने लिखा है. द पॉइंट इज, मैं सुबह उठ जाता हूँ करीब 2:30 बजे. अमृत वेला इट इज कॉल्ड. कि सुबह लोग पाठ करते हैं 2:30 बजे. मैं आई एम प्राउड टू बी अ पंजाबी बट आई डू नॉट नो हाउ टू रीड और राइट पंजाबी. एंड आई लर्न जापानीज वाइल एट टोचो. अब भूल गया हूँ, पर दैट्स लाइफ. तो सुबह मैं जो भी दिमाग में आता है मैं लिखता रहता हूँ, लिखता रहता हूँ, लिखता रहता हूँ. एक टाइम पे अनुराग, अब तो कम हो गया है, पता नहीं इसकी बीवी ने इसको ऑर्डर किया है कि नहीं करना. एक टाइम पे अनुराग भी 3 बजे ये सॉर्ट ऑफ काम करता था. आज आई थिंक ही हैज गॉट गुड एड्स लाइक हिमानी, जो कि मैंने देखा कि रात को मेरे साथ लगी हुई थी 12:30 बजे तक, और सुबह फिर उसने 6 बजे शुरू कर दिया मेरे को मैसेज डालना. So that's it. You need good people. Why has Anurag been able to publish 30 plus magazines? It is because of the team. You cannot conquer the world alone. You have to have a team with you. So AI जो है आपको ये सब नहीं दे सकता. क्या AI प्यार कर सकता है? Yes or no? नहीं कर सकता. द पॉइंट इज, एक जमाना ऐसा आ जाएगा कि आपके जो ग्रैंड चिल्ड्रन हैं वो एआई से इतना घुल मिल जाएंगे कि जब वो बॉयफ्रेंड या गर्लफ्रेंड ढूंढेंगे तो दे विल चेक विद एआई के लड़का अच्छा है कि नहीं अच्छा. इतने 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 एडवांस हो जाएंगे. और जो माएँ हैं मेरे जैसे लोगों को पूछेंगी कि शादी भी के एआई से करनी है तूने. इतना मतलब घुल मिल गया है एआई. तो दोस्तों, अनुराग gave me only 15 minutes. बेसिकली मैं लिखारी हूँ. मैं आप सब में अपने कहानियां ढूंढता हूँ. कहानियां जो कि आपको रुला सकती हैं, आपको हंसा सकती हैं. जैसे वो कहते हैं कि हयात मुश्किल गम के सिवा कुछ भी नहीं, खुशी भी आती है तो आंसू बनकर आती है. ये जिंदगी गमों का भंडार है, पर जब इंसान खुश होता है, जैसे आपकी बेटी की शादी होती है, आपका बच्चा आईएएस बनता है या इंडियन फॉरेन सर्विस में निकल जाता है, तो आपको खुशी के आंसू आते हैं. ये एआई बिल्कुल नहीं कर सकता. सॉरी. हार्ट. हमारा दिल तो हमारी बीवी के पास है सर. दिल तो है ही नहीं हमारा. अंडर लॉक एंड की किया हुआ है. A lock stronger than Fort Knox in America, where all the American gold is kept. So last में मैं आपको एक funny motivating lines बोलूंगा. You ponder over them. Use your phone like a tool, not like a babysitter. Smartphones are smart, but you have to be smarter. Google has the answers, but success comes from taking the right questions. Tech helps, but curiosity still wins. Don't let screen time steal your dream time. Scroll less, build more, sleep a little more, play games, just don't let life be one. Balance fun with focus, win both ends. That's it, friends. If you have liked my speech, तो मैं कहूंगा क्लैप करना, अदर्स मैं कह दूंगा एआई की गलती है, मैंने एआई से किया है। तालियां मार दो, इट्स फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट। अनुराग जी कहते होते हैं फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट। थैंक यू।
We are absolutely on time with the last Bhagwan is there, but if there are some questions for you can, it will be very matter of fact, otherwise it's much more interesting person. As I known him for 29 years. And Gigi, why don't you tell us one or two stories about your life? Short stories. Like
My strong?
maybe one or two stories.
Okay. My strongest story is when I fell in love for the first and the last time, not with my wife. It was the girl I wanted more than I wanted anything in life. But tragedy ye ho gayi, she married my friend who was studying with me in school because maybe उसके पास इंटेलिजेंस ज़्यादा थी, क्या था मैं समझ ही नहीं पाया। वो सबसे इंटरेस्टिंग स्टोरी थी, बिकॉज जब इंसान प्यार में होता है तो सब कुछ, वो कहते हैं प्यार अंधा है, तो मैं अंधा हो गया था। बट उसने मेरा अच्छा चूना लगाया लड़की ने, तो आज तक मेरी अगर तनख्वाह 3,000 थी तो मैं आधी तनख्वाह उसी में खर्च दिया करता था। आई यूज टू टेक हर टू फॉर डेट एट ताजमहल, मचान में लेके जाया करता था हैं। पर वो उस किसी के साथ बैठी है और उसके बच्चे मुझे बोलते हैं मामा जी क्या हाल है। ये सच्ची कहानी है, कोई झूठी कहानी नहीं है ये हैं। दूसरी कहानी ये है कि जब मेरी ऑफिशियल मैरिज हुई, मैं पहले गुरुद्वारा पढ़ा जाया करता था, रोज जाया करता था, भगवान से कुछ मांगने नहीं, कुछ सद्बुद्धि लेने के लिए जाया करता था। तो उस दिन मैं इतना एक्साइटेड था बिकॉज मेरी पहली मैरिज हो रही थी ऑफिशियल। तो मैंने तो मैंने तो मैंने उस दिन मैंने गुरुद्वारा जाना भूल गया। मैं रास्ते में गया तो मैंने अपने मामा को बताया, ही वाज अ कर्नल इन द आर्मी। मैंने कहा मामा वापस चल, कहता ये अपशुगन होता है। तो हम जब मुड़ के गुरुद्वारे गए, मत्था टेका, जब हम रिंग रोड पे जा रहे थे, एक सरदार साहब जो कि शराब पिए हुए थे, उसके ट्रक ने हमारी गाड़ी में जोर से मारा, गाड़ी आधी चकनाचूर हो गई। हम बच गए, तो मेरी ये पुअर टर्बन गॉट टॉपल्ड, मेरी पगड़ी मतलब हाथ में आ गई, तो मुझे घर जाना पड़ा। तो वो मतलब शायद मेरे को, जब मैंने भगवान के पास गया गुरुद्वारे में, उसी ने शायद मेरे को, और मेरी बीवी बड़ी अच्छी है, अनुराग उससे कई बार मिला है, तो बड़ी अच्छी है। द वेरी फैक्ट दैट शी टेक्स केयर ऑफ मी, शी एक्सेप्ट्स मी, द लेडी शुड बी गिवन अ नोबेल प्राइज फॉर द बेस्ट वाइफ इन द वर्ल्ड, but the only wife who can match her or beat her is Niti Beta, Anurag's wife. Thank you, friends.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. This was really, really interesting. On Choti Diwali pe ऐसे आपने, I could kind of relate to what he's saying. But I mean, continuing our conversations where today we are celebrating young achievers. I think this is the first event where very young achievers, I haven't seen before, I think rarely seen this kind of an age bracket being celebrated. So we'll continue that flow, and I want to invite Mr. Dax Bardawaj, partner Bardawaj and Bardawaj Associates, architects, trustee of Dr. Satyakam Bhardwaj Vedic Research Foundation, to share his thoughts on timeless wisdom, the power of the Vedas for a meaningful life. Let's welcome Mr. Bhardwaj with a round of applause. Yes. Over to you.
Namaskar is the first word, but interesting thing, namaskar in our Sanskriti means I respect you. There is no other language, especially of the West, which there is a word like namaskar. You have bonjour, good morning, guten tag, guten abend, guten nacht, and things like that. India is the only Sanskriti where they talk of namaskar. So that is the first point. Second, जो विषय इन्होंने दिया है is such a, as you know, Vedas are ocean of knowledge in all fields. But so I made a few points just to, because what I am delighted today is basically that this is to do with the young generation, the generation of Bharat who will take us to our old glory, who have a very, very savvy mind. They pick up ideas and then they go ahead with it, with AI or without. That's a different story. So, coming to this, I'll first of all tell you that Vedas are not books of religion, religion as normally understood. Dharam. No, no. Vedas, with Jane, Vedas are a book of knowledge in all fields and for all mankind. Because if you look at the ethos of so-called dharam, dharam basically means dharne, to sustain. Laws are to be sustained. That is why it said, dharma rakshati rakshata. If you raksha kare aap dharma ki, dharma bhi raksha karega. Simply, let's put it in very simple words, if you put a seat belt when you're driving in a car and you meet a crash, you are saved. So that was the law. And that is why it protected you. These are very simple things which I am talking about. Now, as far as the Vedas are concerned, as I said earlier, that these are grunts or knowledge of ocean of knowledge in all fields of life. Science, arts, our rishis of yore were scientists and artists. That is well established. But now let me delve into a little different area. This is especially to do with the youth of today. Let us first go into history, a little history. What have we been taught over 7 decades or even more? A, that all inventions were done by the science in the West. That was one. Secondly, they said that your Sanskriti is 5,000, 7,000 years old. Then they said you believed in pagan gods and 33 crore devtas. You were poor till the Britishers, we came and took you right up. It's a big laugh. It is just like saying Akbar the Great. Sorry, I'm digressing, but we all know about it. Now, when they were in the dark ages, the West was in the dark ages, ripping out meat, they know, and cook even. You had Aryabhat, who gave you the zero, the pi, gave you the revolution of the earth on this thing. You had Bhaskaran, who gave you trigonometry, gave you Ganit. You had Shushrat and Charak, thousands of years ago, who even gave you plastic surgery at that point of time. This was this situation. They wanted to degrade your mental mind. They came to India, the British was to spread Christianity and get rid of the Sanatana Dharma. But when they found that our backbone is so strong of thousands of years, they said, okay, now we must get rid of this Vedic ethos. And they succeeded to quite a bit. And I'm sorry to say, even their slaves, brown sahibs, follow that path of destruction. Now, if you look at it, take another thing. You know, the 1700, 1800s, the GDP of India was 28% of the world GDP. That was our, even 17, 1800. When the British left, your GDP was 4%. And they said they enriched you in everything, materialistic world. This is what they did. They raped you of your culture. They tried to, but our culture is millions of years old. They couldn't do a damn thing. Now, look at the situation further if you go into it. When were they given voting rights in UK? Women voting rights. 1928 or 2028. In America, all women, including colored, came in 1965. And here we are, we started in 1947. Voting gives you a right. Talk of education. When were women allowed to get educated in the West? Right? You, when you talk education, and women's lib and women's right. We never had women's lib because we put a woman on a Devi, a pedestal. You had 27 Risikas who wrote on the Rig Veda. That was the level of education and interaction. There was no bar. We clearly say that education is for all, for everyone, irrespective of caste, creed, and all. Because our so-called religion, which is a wrong word to use, what is it? Basic niyam hai ki don't lie, don't steal, don't do these things. This is for all mankind. Anyone who believes in this, that you should not lie, you should not be a thief, you should not, he's a Sanatan. So R is not a God or ethos or one Allah or one Christ. R is for everyone. So we don't have this sort of thing. We don't have these focuses. As far as these devtas are concerned, even Yask says, what is a devta? Dan, Danyat, who gives you, he gives you mental illumination, all these things. That's a devta. These all things came into basic Puranic literature. Now, the third thing which I want to point out today is, what does Vedas basically teach in terms of whether it's society, education? Because I think that is the most important issue today of children's guidance to them. Now, I'll give you an example. Sorry, I have to go into my notes because I had no time for this. Yeah. You see, in the Vedic thinking, the child, the parents are only its keeper. They are bringing a progeny for society. So, after the age of 7, when he had the Yajnapavid, he was put up, so that he was taught what you are. That is why the word Aham Brahma, which is not properly, sometimes properly, I am the cosmos. No, no, no. He was taught that you have to look after yourself, your family, your society, your nation, the world, and even the cosmos. You're responsible for this. That was the point, Aham Brahma. So this was on the side of what you have to do for society. Then the other thing today, which is very important today, is how to lead a life. People are miserable. I don't have this. I don't have this. I wish I had this. No. So there's the other way thing, ten tak ten bhunjata. Enjoy life to the fullest. That doesn't mean you go and keep in the whiskey shots. Enjoy life to the fullest, but with detachment. Now, the great example is Lord Ram, when he said, you will be the king, and then he was told, sorry, your brother will be there. Unka jo mukh tha, wo chamak raha tha, ek tame ki tarah. Detachment. Here we say, the AC is working, oh God, AC is gone, what the hell is going to happen? That detachment. So enjoy life to the fullest, but with detachment. That was the other thing which was taught to them. The third thing which is missing today, rishis had gone, were gone. Last rishi was Jamini, I think, 8,000 years ago. And when people went and asked the rishi, sir, when you people are gone, how will we progress? Today, the whole idea of progress, education. He said, one, tark vitark, discussions, interactions. When you interact, I listen to you, you listen to me, and something good will come up. Those discussions and things are gone. That's another thing which we are finding. The fourth thing which I find, which is very this thing, we feel pain, physical pain, and so on, so. Mental pain, possibly, swadhyaya, pranayam, and all yoga, which is now very prevalent. Now, people have not gone into it. You have a situation of, there's a mantra which says, Om Shanno Devi Rabishte Apo Bhavantu Pite. Devi does not mean a goddess. What you're praying is, oh Lord, whatever is having pain or whatever I have here, Om Shanno Devi Rabishte, let me absorb Apo Bhavantu, the cosmic energy which is required to remove this pain. This is a mantra which I have also dealt with, and God mankind cured hundreds of people on this. Now, another very funny thing is we talk about antiquity, 5,000 years old, so on. That was part of the scheme to say you were Gadarias. You didn't even know how to light a fire. Rigved first mantra, Om Agnim, Ile Agnim, I'm sorry, I'm getting, Ile Agnim, the same starts with the Rigved mantra on fire electricity. Now, as far as antiquity is concerned, you know, we have a calendar, which is undisputable calendar, which talks of the Aryan calendar, where even today in conservative or Sanatan, every day that is spoken. It says, and I'll have to go, Dvitiye Paravardhe Vyavast Manuvantantre Asti Vishishto Katlahu Yuge 5119 Kata. The first lawgiver which is established was the seventh Manu, who also wrote the great epic of Manusmriti. Now, so every day this is recited by even today Sanatans, which says we are passing through the 28th Chaturayugi of Vaivashya Manu, which is 7th Manu, and 5,119 years have passed in the Kali Yuga. This is an established calendar which no one can dispute. That is your antiquity which we are talking of. And they say you have 5,000 years. We must say that Anil Oak, the great scholar, who with the systemology of, I forget the Nobel laureate, who worked on the astronomy and so on, worked out in detail, is published the exact date and time of Mahabharata, and no one can dispute it. So it's science. So this is another area which we have to think in terms of the youngsters. This is what your antiquity is. What are you talking? And the seventh Manu was born on this system 12 million years ago. Or even, and there were 6 Manus before that. And in the Manusmriti which he wrote, there's mention of Vedas. That's the point to be noted. So you can imagine, they talk of 5,000 years ago. I mean, so this was all to degrade the Indian mind, that you are nothing. Now, there is one thing which is catching fire today, and that is the caste system and the whole politics on caste system. This is rubbish. Let me tell you that the Vedic caste system is perfect. There are 2 Varan. Now, Varan, the etymology of Varan is Vri Dhatu, to choose. Aaj ladki Varmala dalti hai, she chooses. Right? So you have the Brahman, you have the Kshatriya, and you have the Vaishya and the Shudra. Now everything is looked down upon Shudra. Shudra, keep away. We Brahmins are responsible for that as time went by. Shudra etymology Shuddh, जो शुद्धि करे, किडनी शूद्र है, आपके इतने बड़े ड्राई क्लीनिंग इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, वो सब शूद्र हैं. So now take a person, he's an intellectual, he is so good, he is strong, he goes to gym every day, he's got 2 Mercedes down him, but he's a cripple. So society falls. If you have all these things, the Shudra cripple. That is why Shudra ka jo ek significant diya hai is chakra, the wheel. The whole society moves on this. Or pad, gatau, motion. So even if one of these things in a person is out, he's a cripple. So all 4 varans are required to run a society. So there is number 1. Number 2, in centuries ago, this started happening when Vedas had gone into deep slumber because rishis had gone. You see, when you choose, supposing I am born in a Brahmin family, that doesn't become I'm a Brahmin. No. If I am born in a Kshatriya family, that doesn't mean ki I can know. You will choose whatever profession you want, depending on ability and what you like and dislikes. Now, let's say in a general's army, there's a son who's a brilliant fellow, he wants to go and teach, and he does that, he's a Brahmin. I once wrote to the Prime Minister that you come from this, but this is not so. You're intellectually taking India from where it is, you're a Brahmin. So this whole fad came much later. Ki Shudra isko dur rakho, all that, That is, so the caste system, the Vedic caste system was perfect. Nothing could be forced on you. So, now let us come to what we have talked with the Vedas. First of all, we have to, I mentioned what Vedas talk of healing, it talks about cosmos, for example. Yat Pendeta Brahmande is a cosmic egg. Whatever is an egg is in the cosmos, same situation. Now take a little thing, Brahmand and Brahman, both show growth. The Brahman shows, the dhatu of that is Bri, Vriddhahu. Now, a Brahman intellectually takes you up. It grows. So does the cosmos. So Brahman is very close closely associated with each other. Anyway, let's now talk of Vedas. As I first said that these are not the book of normal religion, understood. But one has to think in terms of that how to understand Vedas. The language of Vedas, what not Sanskrit is normally understood. The language of Vedas of Bhasha, it was vast, it was flexible, and it was subject-oriented. Vishay sambandhit. Lachili thi, vishal thi. As time went by, rishis were going. So a colloquial derivative from Bhasha came out as Sanskrit. But it became restricted, सीमित हो गई. So translation of mantras done, restriction, sound unscientific, illogical. That was the first point we have to understand. If we have to study Vedas, we have to think of its language. Now you look at this way. As I told, Devta is the subject matter of any hymn. Another thing which you have to think of is that I'll give an example, simple examples, the difference. Now, Rakshas, take a word Rakshas. Everyone knows any person or something or devil who comes in the way of something pious or good happening. Fair enough. So if the subject matter is society in action, that's Rakshas. But look at the other thing. Ra, Aksh. Ra in Sanskrit means to give. Ra dane. Now Aksh is eyes, manifestation. Anything which gives you manifestation is Rakshas. If subject matter, this is Rakshas, it gives you manifestation. Subject matter. Now you look at Rakshi. Kshi again is which weakens you. So anything very medicine or system or agent is brings us, that's a Rakshas there. Then Kshar is the same. Kshar is a permeation. Anything which gives you the permeation of energy, that's Rakshas. I'm giving just for an example. That is the difference between Sanskrit and the Bhasha. We take another word, Arti. Now, Arti is something which you do on a good occasion. Very good, nothing wrong. Other meaning, the root etymology, Ar and Ati. Ar is speed and Ati is bandhane. Any machine which binds quickly is Arti there. See where we are going. Take the word Krishna. Lord Krishna has been painted over centuries, black, blue, black. He's right, as an architect, if I want to paint this wall, I'll say black. I'll say Krishna rang kar do iska. It's right. But subject matter, he was a human being. We are talking a man. Now the etymology of the word is akarshan, attract. He was so attractive and handsome. Number two, in science, it will be a magnet. It pulls. So depending on the subject matter, the whole game starts. Now you take Atma. I'm sorry, I'm giving a few examples which will clarify things. Atma, everyone knows soul, which is absolutely right. If you're talking of somebody, no. Now you talk of a machine because Atma word is At is the Satyad Gamane, constant motion. So any machine which gives you constant motion, the Atma will be that there. See, so this is the wide spectrum. I'm giving you just a few examples of difference between Bhasha and Sanskrit. So youngsters today have to be taught on the basis of the language of Vedas, then you have to understand the language. It is very simple. The language is very simple. It is only the subject matter. Now, Agni is always talked. There is a thing we say, Mukham Agni Ajayate. Yajurved. Mukh mein se aag nikalti hai. Now, if you tell a youngster, bhai, Ved kehta hai, they'll say, take a leak. That's what he'll tell, take off. Now, point here, Mukham's basic root is Khandani, jo chota kaat de. Now, you split an atom, you produce energy. Not aag, energy. Agni is agi gani, jo aage upar leke jaye. So I'm just giving an example that these youngsters must understand your Ved got full of science. It's all full of science. It is not just mantra. What is a mantra? Mantra ka manan karna, sochna. Pradhan Mantri, sochna jo hota hai. Now, tell me when my time is running out because I can keep on going. But another, I want to mention to you about, for example, the Mahabharata, the originals are only 9,000 slokas. It came to 54,000 by Vikramaditya. Now, finally, I would also like to quote to you a very example of a Vedic mantra. And this, I want to shock you. The Yajurveda mantra, Actually, there are 4 of them, but one I'll tell you, where they say that we should, namaskar, matlab, respect the snakes on the earth, the snakes in the sky, and the snakes in Deolok. Now, that has been translated by every one book which I have read. Now, if you tell this to a youngster, he'll say, are you crazy? So I've asked many doctorates, why we have seen snakes here. Well, I've never seen a snake in a flight or Deolok में यही है. अब देखिए, अब भाषा का word. I said, subject matter क्या है? Agni, energy. So I said, what it is saying is, there are 3 types of energies. Heat on the earth, electric, electromagnetic, sky, electronuclear, Deolok. So you should respect these things. They are very strong energies. कहने के बाद सर्प अगर आ गया, सर्प, सांप, मैं कहा बिल्कुल ठीक है. Because सर्प संस्कृत सांप आ गया सांप. I said, it says the energy moves like a snake, like a coil. It's going to go like this. It's telling you how energy moves. That is what I'm trying to say. And you say snake, so he says snake. This is the situation today. So, I mean, one can keep on going, but then, I know, various scholarly people are watching, right? Okay, one more minute. So, no, this is what I'm saying, that youth today is our future. They're very savvy. They're very intelligent. But what we have to guide them is from the point of view of what was reality, what were you? You have to be very proud. You know, they talk of Hitler. He did many good, but he did one great thing. You know, at the time when Hitler came in after First World War, 1 cup of coffee was costing you something like 20,000 rupees. He did one thing. Deutschland über alles, Germany above all. That was the thing which he gave. That is our pride, but for 70 years, what pride? We've been told, this fellow this way, and you were this, you're 5,000 years old. All this total mind has been totally converted to Western thinking. And the tragedy is that even today we have some brown sahabs. You know, they talk of secular, last word. Secular, you could not have a better example than India. All religions were practiced and are practicing here. Number 2, we never made war to take over places. But there is a rider to it. Manusmriti says very clearly that we don't want to wage war. But if somebody wages war on us or on Sanskriti, use the same methods which he's using to finish him. This, I think, we have forgotten. Our Kshatriya finished because maafi kar diya, ye maar diya. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Even most of them I know personally well. Again, you know, my appreciation of Vedas has grown because of Dakshi. Again, I met him in Bollywood, family member. I met him not watching Jalan School. Oh, आदमी और एक भी मैं Yeah. So, you know, the Vedas, what I've understood, of course, I've read his father's book that he is Dr. I remember we met a cabinet minister who's become a close friend of his because he knew his grandfather and father. He used to read his grandfather and father's articles. The first time we went to invite him for his book launch. And, you know, I went to a business school, engineering, and I think I know a little bit about everything. At least that's what I think. I'm not sure, but the more you know, the less you know. But I can tell you, because of him, I bought other books on Vedas, right? And for example, in aviation, when he first told me, I thought, you know, I didn't disbelieve him, but like I also didn't believe him. He told me we were pioneers in aviation 200 years back, maybe whatever, many years back, right? And we didn't capitalize on that. So when we talk of India really being the superpower, we having the cultural base, the spiritual base, and the knowledge and scientific base. I mean, whether it's mathematics. So thanks to him, and you know, his father was one of the 7 founding members of the Congress. He lived till 100, and I can tell you, Dakshaji by God grace, till last year, never went to an hospital. Last year he had a fall. He's 86. I mean, if I didn't tell you his age, the only thing I don't like him, I mean, actually I like you, is whenever he built a hotel in which I got married, but that's on a jocular vein. He built the Meridian. He's an architect. And so, the appreciation of Vedas for our children and for young people is not there. But Vedas are contextual. If you start reading them, uh, it's just a treasure trove of knowledge. So at some stage, we'll do more in the Vedic domain. We want to launch a Vedic world kind of a platform. By the way, he posts a lot on he has a blog called Vedic Perceptions. Because, yeah, so, you can, yes. Yes. So, again, India has so much to offer to the world, and it offered it many, many centuries back. It's not about today. So I just wanted to tell you that, again, our children don't know about Vedas. They may know about, I mean, there's nothing wrong about knowing about J.K. Rowling. It's okay. Or other authors, but Vedas are equally important. Back
Right.
to you.
Thank you. I think there should be a term for people who are mature but young at heart, like Dakshji. What do we call them? Gen. I think that we should really have that kind of nomenclature. I do agree with looking at you. But thanks for reminding us at the deep connect between Vedic knowledge and where India stands, and reminding us of the great power India is. Our next keynote is someone who's a pioneer in sustainable fashion, who is championing a brighter, more ethical future for the industry. Ms. Rachna Swaroop, co-founder and CEO, director B77, and her topic is apt for this occasion: unleashing your success early in life. What is the way to do it? She's going to talk about it. Rachna ji, let's have a round of applause, a really good one. Yes. You can ask questions after that too.
Thank you. It's a great morning, certainly a wonderful way to start the festivities. Honestly, I came prepared for a very young crowd. And I was going to say, I'm a dad. Oh, yes, that's why I started with it, because it started by the fact that age is a number. And that number is so important. And what I loved, sir, Daksh sir, may I have your attention for a minute? Vedic is the new way of life that we have to bring in, and sustainability is integrated in it. When I brought and I wrote a lot of words over here, I suddenly realized those words don't have any meaning, because here I'm speaking to an audience which there is so much to learn from, not just the books, not the Vedas, but the way of life. I think when we address the youth of today, what I feel, and as a young mother with young children, is the fact that there's just too much of information for them, yet no direction. How do you choose? What do you see? What you do not see? It's not always easy to give gyan. It can be so boring. But what is important is to be able to tell them what is the importance of life, how not to not live, but how to enjoy the living. And that is somewhere being lost in our process of innovation, in our process of communication. We are so over communicated. Every minute is recorded, every fall is analyzed. That is scary. Like I said, I came prepared to speak to an audience which I need to give gyan to, and I'll have to tell them that, you know what, you need to understand faith and believe in yourself and all that. So for a few minutes, I sort of said, what am I going to say? What am I going to say to this crowd? Because each one of us has lived that journey. Each one of us has taken the fall. Yet we stand here. But while I heard you speak, sir, and of course, Anurag Batra, sir, is the epitome of somebody who knows to take out opportunity out of everything. I've known him not for too long, but 2.5 to 3 years. It's been amazing. He brings out opportunity in sustainability, in entrepreneurship, in Vedas, Every time I meet him, there's something new he's got up his sleeve. So congratulations to you, sir. That is great. Coming down to the topic I was given, which was saying unleashing success at a young, early age. One thing I have realized is success is so overrated, overanalyzed, and just given too much of importance. What is lost is, and which is what I think the youth of today needs to understand, is the entire journey of achieving, of living, and enjoying that moment of success. Is success only what the Tatas have done, the Ambanis, the Adanis? Or success is for a 12-year-old who saw a gushing river past and could not cross it, but at 18, he held out his hand for his mom and helped her cross. Is that success? Is success for a person who sews the thread into the needle with low visibility? That's also success. But have we taught our children this? Have we given them that importance? No. We have told them the Mercedes is success. We have told them the Rolls Royce, the S-Class. Isn't it time for us to now understand and tell them where and how to give it? Because they are not lost. They're a beautiful generation. They are the generation who we call Blink is now giving us a Blinkit. They are the generation who have innovation, creativity, and the passion. You know, the other day somebody asked me, Auntie, you're not very ambitious about being adventurous, of doing bungee jumping. And I looked at him and said, Beta, hum to roti kapda wali generation hai. We have fought to have a roof on our head. We have fought to have the right clothes, to look the right way. You are adventurous when you have beyond your comfort zone. You're adventurous when you can think beyond the basic. Now that we have given our children this, we also need to give them a base on how to find their own self-reliance. They're forgetting with the crowd of words and things that it is not always important to be successful. It is important to be at peace with each other. It is important to find your inner soul. That inner soul is your own peace, which comes by speaking to yourself. There's so much gyan being given to going and meeting a mentor or going and speaking to, I don't have anything against the psychologists or the psychologists. If there's anybody in the room, I myself have done psychology and I believe there is a core of all emotions. But where are we? Why aren't we internalizing? Why aren't we talking to ourselves? Why aren't we not teaching our children to find their lives within their families? The Vedas, as Sir very well said, is our life, is the way we have been taught to do. We are celebrating Diwali. But what is Diwali? Is it the green crackers, the old crackers? What is Diwali? I don't even have a single page in any newspaper or any social media which is talking about how Ram left his entire kingdom just because of his father's vow. Did we not say, do we not believe that what our parents are saying are guiding us right? Have we forgotten that? Do we need to go to an outsider to do that? Have we lost the essence? And this is what I wanted to speak to the youth, but I know I'm in such a wonderful cloud that I will have to learn. So one part of my speech said, I'm a tad bit older to give gyan, but I just realized the children don't need gyan, they need direction. They need hand-holding and lots of love, because motherhood, fatherhood is all about providing. Yes, you have to provide. Yes, you have to give them the environment, but you have to give them confidence. You have to give them belief. You have to create that intuitiveness within themselves. Children are moving and doing very well. I mean, I think they are a generation, although we all criticize them a lot, but they're a generation who has confidence. But somewhere they're losing the line between confidence and overconfidence. Where we need to guide them now is the path is there. You've got it. You've got the way right over there. But you need to have resilience. You need to have faith. Why are so many children going through mental health problems? We have to start addressing those and bring somewhere down our lives a little bit of simplicity. Simplicity doesn't mean कि कल से लंगोचा पहनने लगेंगे हम लोग या हम अच्छी गाड़ियों में नहीं घूमेंगे, वो नहीं कर सकते. And the reason I speak with this with so much confidence is because in 2021, That was the time COVID hit us. And that was the time I actually got time to sit down. I live a life as an exporter. So day, night, I'm with machines, with workers, just working blindly, trying to produce, trying to make money also in the process. But in 2021, I got down to spend a lot of time with my dad, typical IITian, who believed in nature and the synchrony of environment and how we need to live simple life, which was very boring for me. But when Mama went off, I spent time with him, and I watched a lot of David Attenborough. I don't know how many of you are familiar with him. That's a lot on the environment, and it's a beautiful, beautiful documentary, which even at 99, when he speaks way beyond what we can understand and relate with. But I watched the same documentaries over and over again, and what scared me and scares me even today is the fact that the Amazon and the jungles and the Yellowstones and our own jungles, which are all around us, are depleting, which we were taught will be part of our life and for generations and generations. And that got me thinking, ऐसा क्या कर रहे हैं? What is happening? Why is this happening? I mean, we're talking of climate change, we talk of so many things, but what is it all about? What is the essence? What is the cause? Unless you address a cause, it's only words, it's only lip service. We need to move beyond it. And when I started studying it, I realized there are two essential causes. One is the oil and the fuel, where honestly, I have no idea except the fact that I love using the petrol pump to fill my car up. The other was apparel industry, where I have been a part of. And I've been a very strong part for the last 25 years. And that was when I took a decision that I need to make the change. Somebody has to make the change. It's been a tough journey, but it's a beautiful journey because, like Sir said, the Vedas are a true integration of what we have been taught and what is part of our history, which we need to bring alive, is the harmony of the environment and our lifestyles. It's not tough. It's just about taking the right decisions. It's about making conscious decisions, making the children aware, making them make small little changes. But to make that little change, you have to make it available for them. It's not by saying, Ki, Hare, you have to use green crackers. It's about making it and saying, these are the green crackers. Choose these. And they have. Look at the level of pollution it used to be and where it is today. You and I didn't do it. It's the youngsters who did it. So we have to applaud them for their significant differences. But the very, very important thing which I see which is happening is that in this data, every day there's a new data, a new innovation, a new thing which is coming out. It's very, very tricky for them to lose their base with the past, which is very important for us as elevated people to bring that integration in their lives. How are we going to do it? Is where we need to take and give them the options. We have to tell them failure is part of life. It's not a negative. The way they are taught in school, the way they are taught is failure is a negative. No, it is not. Thomas Edison so beautifully said, I've just learned 10,000 ways not to follow, not a failure. It's just 10,000 different ways he's not going to go. So we have to make our children confident enough to resilient and fight by not feeling negativity at any point. And this comes from home, from schools, from colleges. I don't see any of this being part of their curriculums or even any discussions. The more and more I see colleges, and I visit a couple of colleges, and I have 2 college-going children, I think the guidance is being given less and less importance. Mentorship is being given less and less of importance, which is very, very important. Because it's not about having a guru, but it's about importance of a guru, which was how we all grew up. We all had it in our lives. We look up to somebody. We all believe in somebody. But do this youth, are they encouraged to believe in something? Are they encouraged to depend on somebody? For them, dependency is a negative emotion. For them, believing and following is becoming a negativity, unless it's a music concert you're going to and you're a follower, or a TV serial, or a series which is there. Because their life is centered around the screen. That is their best friend. When my kids tell me, I said, क्या कर रहे हो? Oh, chill कर रहे हैं. कहाँ? अपने कमरे में? किसके साथ? एक screen के साथ. That's chill. माँ बाप नीचे बैठे हुए हैं, फ्रेंड्स आ रहे हैं, जा रहे हैं, लेकिन हम चिल कर रहे हैं अपने स्क्रीन के साथ. That's where the loneliness comes from. Why are they sitting and finding the screen as an entertainer? Because that is speaking so fast to them, they're not even able to focus. It just moves, whiz, whiz, whiz. And so the focus is reducing. And I think we all need to work together at bringing back that. They have so much positive energy, and we have to give them that kind of positivity to take on and bring a more calm, a more self-resilient, a more strong, a more positive way of living their lives by integrating maybe the Vedas, the Dharmas, the everything. Of course, if you call them the Vedas and you tell them I'm going to speak about it, none of them would be sitting here. None of them would be sitting here. But yes, if you're able to bring it into their language, their understandings, I think that's what we need to do. It's a topic which like I said, is endless. But to me, in my journey, I'm not sure if success is being able to address an esteemed and distinguished crowd like you, or it is being able to provide employment to multiple people. I'm not sure what, because success is very individualistic. But the overration of success is just so strong that the journey is completely lost in the process. It is a beautiful feeling to be able to achieve what you have tried to strive. That is lost. It's a comparison. You see the social media, you see it, and now the new word, which is FOMO. If you've not done it, you're missing out on it. So I think that those are the few little things we need to sort of redirect, sort of sit down with them, chat with them, and create an environment of oneness with the youth, where all of us have to make that extra effort on not imparting only gyan, but becoming part of their lives and just enjoying what they're learning from them, as well as imparting. So it's a partnership we have to develop. And there are so many interesting ways to reach out to them, which is there, but it's just very closed when we start talking as a mom, as a dad, and that's why they have started reaching out to third friends and partners. I think when we talk of the youth and we talk about success, early age, everything, why should a 12-year-old be thinking of success? Why is the alpha generation even thinking about success? Why is a Gen Z even thinking about success? They need to make their knowledge base. They need to learn. They need to learn and learn, and success is going to be an outcome of all their learnings. They need to learn, expose themselves to multiple, and then the journey is going to pave out for them. But the emphasis on the result is so high that the process is completely lost out. And that is where I feel we need to work on. I really feel that it is great to hear each one of you. And Anurag, you are the most inspirational. Every day you have something fantastic to write on your Instagram as well as your LinkedIn page. Like you said today, with the desktops, each one has their own identity. We have to accept each identity of a student, an alpha, a generation Z, a million, for whatever they are. And we have to applaud them for their journey. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if this was exactly what you all wanted to hear, but being a mother, being a person who works with a lot of young, aspirational fashion designers, merchandisers, interacting with AI, technology day after day, it's exciting. And I think we have to give them due credit for the way they are actually bringing themselves out. And we have to guide and hold them and nourish and cherish them for whatever they're doing. We cannot forget the Vedas, sir, because like I said, they're so integrally built in with sustainability. And today, we are trying to bring sustainability into everything. Aap jo keh rahe ho, food. Look at the kind of food we had started eating. Look at the kind of medicines we were consuming blindly. We were not even thinking before we were popping up a pill. Luckily, in the last 10 years, there has been awareness. We are focusing on what we are consuming, what we are eating as medicines, what we are eating for our food. We are talking gut. We had stopped talking all that. It's interesting to see how we are. Now, between us, we have to find a synergy and create a platform of complete integration of the old Vedas to the new word, which is sustainability, because that's what it is. The new word for the Vedas is sustainability, I think. Thank you very much.
Rachna ji, sometimes success means being the first to fail. And there is a favorite author of mine, his name is Randy Posh.
Oh, yes.
He wrote this book called The Last Lecture, and he said, experience is what you get when you don't get what you want, right? And you're right. Just being is important. And I said in the morning, and I really believe that our success is about the good karma of our parents, of our grandparents.
Yes.
It's not just about what we do. We may work hard, all that is okay. And so, there's nothing called failure. And again, it's a Diwali, it's a Sunday, you're here on time, your other. But the children who are getting awarded will possibly only come at 2:30, right? They possibly went to the Travis Scott concert last night. So they must be waking up from that. My son definitely did.
My daughter did as well.
My son went there. So, I think they have different priorities, uh, and they're born into a different world. So, they're born with a phone, so hence they're distracted. I worry about what will happen to the generation after that, where these guys still play football and tennis and so on and so forth. So I think it's a different generation. The meaning of success is very individual,
Yes, that's what I said.
very individual. And we are pursuing things. We're accumulating wealth, we're accumulating stuff. But ultimately, all that doesn't matter. What matters is good health, your parents being around. I think those are the two most important things. And I'm sure at these forums, when we amplify what you're talking, this has been done at a very short notice, curated by Himani and Ruel in less than a week. But next year, we do it with much more planning, and we'll get younger people into the room. And young people also have some very good qualities. The age of achievement is getting younger. Right. And I also believe in the process of reverse mentoring. What you can learn from younger people, because they think very differently. They don't think like me. Right. When I started investing in companies, I would say, "Ye chalega hi nahi." The idea. But now I know that I don't know what I don't know. Who knows what will work, what will. So I think there is a role they have to play, and they're playing, whether it's climate activists,
Yeah.
or they are achievers in sports, or they're building new enterprises. Look at Zepto.
Like I said, blink it.
So anyway, thank you for being here. And how's your journey of B77 going?
Okay, so first of all, I believe in the youth, whether they're watching Travancore or they're not. I strongly believe that they have the energy that we all try to live with. Like I said, roti, kapda, makan. But we've given them the platform and we have to be proud of it and we have to believe in them. If you don't believe in them, there's no way they're going to do anything. The 2 points which I believe in my journey as B77 or as an entrepreneur has been faith and resilience. These are the 2 things. Now, faith means believing in whatever you're doing, and you have to have that. If you don't know, they're not going to be always people who are going to believe in you. You don't have people who are going to say, hey, Rachna, you're doing it right. No, I have more people who say, you took so long to do it. But I said, नींव और जड़ अगर strong होगा तो पेड़ तो गिरेगा ही नहीं, चाहे कितने भी पहाड़ आ जाए और कितने भी storms आ जाए. But that's the cockroach generation of entrepreneurs, as I call myself. I can't call myself a young startup, so I might as well call myself as a cockroach startup. My journey has been beautiful because I have seen in the last 1.5, 2 years how the importance of sustainability is now moving beyond a conversation into an entire revolution, where people are realizing the importance of making the change. It is no longer a gyan, it is vigyan. It is a science. It's a science which is reaching out to each one's house. The importance of wearing the right clothing. People gave so much importance to eating the right, which is excellent because that's going straight to your gut. But do you realize 100% each one of us wearing is covered with clothing? If your clothing is not right, with the right materials, dear sir, we are in trouble. You don't need a Rachna to tell you that. You just need to open a Wikipedia and see what polyester does to your skin. You need to see the kind of skin allergies children, adults are going through. You can have multiple skin specialists. They're still struggling how to put it right. Simplicity is not the fear. The point is the complexity of trying to play with nature that we had done. We do not. So I think where you come back to B77's journey, the reason I named it 77 is it's an angelic number, which means passion, progress, and positivity. So if you have the passion, you believe in yourself, this progress, and positivity is what takes you through anything in life, whatever your age is. Like you said, sir, it's a number. Whatever the age is, you need to have the resilience, the positivity, and the faith. And then the B is if you believe in yourself, you're a brand. You do not need to wear a Louis Vuitton. We are talking homegrown brands, but we need to believe in what we are doing for ourselves in our own country. We have it all over here. Please give us an opportunity to service you as well as the Zaras, the H&Ms, the Louis Vuittons. We do it for them. Please give us an opportunity to do it for you. That's what I would say, Anurag. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Roop. Really very inspiring talk. A lot of takeaways from this. And moving on, we have a topic which is something very relevant for all of us. I think we're all kind of we all relate to it. It's AI in action. And the next speaker is Mr. Gyan Gupta. He is the Chief AI Officer at AI in Action. With over 25 years of experience, he has led some of India's most impactful AI and digital journeys, from building Genpact's digital content division to scaling Dainik Bhaskar's digital presence from a few lakhs to 100 million, to launching AI-first platforms like Chamko and First Wall. His work has always been at the cutting edge of technology, content, and business. His topic is leveraging AI for smarter decisions and sustainable growth. I would request Mr. Gupta to join us here and share his thoughts.
Thank you.
Let's welcome him with a round of applause, please.
Well, guys, good morning, good afternoon. So, oh yeah, okay, thank you. Can you just put those slides? Okay. So I think AI is something that is the talk of the town, right? Everyone is talking about it, and this is me, Gyan himself, giving Gyan. So yes, this is as good as it can get. Okay. The whole thing with, and I think, AI has a lot of different interpretations and people have a lot of different, outlook on AI. But the times that we are standing in, which is the intersection of intelligence and intention. Rashna talked about, sustainability and everything else. Sorry. So we talked about, we are at a right intersection of intelligence and intention. And I think this is my session. I'll brief 1 second. In this, I will briefly talk about how AI can actually transforming the whole universe. It is just not only technology. It's not about internet that came in, the mobile that changed everything else. This is the greatest thing probably that we would see in a lifetime. The technology which is so disruptive in a simplistic manner, to put it forward. Now, what is happening with this entire landscape is that every day, as an individual, as an organizations, you are making thousands of decisions, right? The whole key of running an enterprise is about taking decisions, be about pricing, products, people, whatever you're trying to do that. I think all my calls are coming right now. Now, the key element of our progress is decision. And I think AI gives us that impetus, that power to make an intelligent decision. It has we are moving from information, from an intuition to an information to an intelligence era. And this changes everything. Imagine you having the intelligence to take the right decision and having a confidence on that, on that information. And I think that's what AI is going to talk about it. I don't have to really mention how really decisions matter, right? It's everything probably that we are doing. Businesses fail do not because of bad intentions, but because of bad decisions. And this is what the leaders have been doing, right? What differentiates a good leader from a great leader or a bad leader is an ability to take decisions. And in this fast changing world, how quickly we can decide, how quickly and how accurately we can decide changes everything about a business. And that's exactly the role that AI is going to play. It's going to change the way we make decisions. It's going to make the intelligent decision making faster and more accurate. Now, how exactly AI does that? Let's talk about in three perspectives. AI actually, if you're running a business or if you're an individual, it gives you three superpowers. First, it allows you to turn the entire chaos, the different information you have, structured, unstructured, in databases, in Excel sheet, into a more intelligent roadmap. So it interconnects all your scattered data set, which means a lot. And I'll explain you why and how it matters a lot. Then, second thing, it learns every time it implements. So whenever I make a decision, it learns from it and feeds it back and saying that, okay, that decision could have been better based on the data that we have. So it's improving every time, every single time. The more you use the prompt, the better it gets. The more you use the system, the better it gets. That's how it works. So it improves every time a decision it makes. And third, and the most important thing, is that it personalizes at scale. Today, what happens at a company is that you look at one MIS. Now, that one MIS goes to the finance guy also, the marketing guy also, the CEO also, and everyone is trying to decipher that information based on their function. What they need is data that makes sense for them, not a generic information, or one MIS which is company-wide, or a dashboard that is company-wide, right? So imagine you have that superpower of having the clarity, and that clarity can take a decision. It improves every time, and it is customized for you, right? That changes everything. And how we do that typically is what I have a proprietary framework of my own, which I call a D3 model, right? Now, this is a model that allows you to intelligently leverage AI for decision making. It has basically three parts of it, right? Three layers that I call it, which is the data, the decision, and the differentiation. Data is like the base. It's the visibility that you have towards information that you have. Second, decisions, having intelligence in every choice that you make. And when you're taking intelligent decision with every choice, you are bringing a differentiation. And differentiation not because it is unique, but because it has sustained advantages. And this works in a cycle. So when you have data, leveraging that to make intelligent decisions, using that to make building differentiation, and the more differentiation you create, more data you get, and so on and so forth. The cycle repeats itself. To understand this, let's kind of just go through these layers one by one. The think about thing is that so long, like about a decade back, we tried for data, that companies didn't have data. Then the last decade, we have too much of data, right? The difference between a Google search and a chat GPT is that it doesn't give you like 1.5 million results in 0.3 seconds. It just gives you one answer. Because we can't process so much of data. When we interconnect the data set looking at an organization, that's when you get visibility into the data. That's when you start getting the clarity. Very simple example, the most oldest example. Earlier, people used to look at cost per click. Then they thought, no, let's look at, you know, the visit, how many people are visiting, what's the cost of the visit, then the cost of acquisition. Now we're moving, what is the cost of average order value? How much is I spend, how much did I earn from that? Then the lifetime value of the customer, the churn, the retention, the loyalty. So when you start connecting different data sets, that's when you start making intelligence. So far, we look data in isolation. The marketing team is looking data for the marketing. What about customer retention, the loyalty, the churn, the defects, the quality? So when you start connecting marketing, supply, operations, entire data set, you have a clarity of this entire cycle. And that's when the data starts making sense to you. Once you can see clearly, then the next step obviously is to decide, right? How do you decide from there? It moves us from from in hindsight to a foresight. Okay? Rather than making a decision basis your intuition, we can make a decision basis my, can I be foresighted about it? Rather than telling me what happened, can it tell me what it can happen? What's intelligence around that one? And this is the area that probably I deal with, right? How do you leverage data to get intelligence on top of it? It becomes your co-pilot. It helps you in navigating through your business challenges and complex complications. And from there, when you have the intelligence around your data, you start building differentiation. You start building sustained growth. See, we always thought that growth and good can't coexist. The growth and the good can coexist, right? And that is what we call really sustained intelligence, when growth and good coexist. It looks at, and this is what I call is the triple effect of AI, which means that it can give an economic advantage, making you more efficient, making you more accurate, making you profitable. It can have a huge impact on the environment, right? Making sure that we can do with lower waste, we can do with lower emissions. Because it's not only about growth, it's about good growth. And third is human, which is freeing people from the repetitive tasks so that they can focus on more creative stuff. It's augmenting people. It's not about replacing people. It's about giving people the time to think what they are really better at doing rather than they being machines. So, and there are multiple examples around that one, across the industries that I've worked with in the last year and a half, across media, creating personalizations, in FMG, improving the LTV, ROE, average order value. So we just, there are multiple examples that we can look at it. But the key comes from the shift in mindset. People think AI is about technology. It is about technology. But it's a process to that, right? It's about having an organizational culture that you start with data, move from just AI pilot to execution, and focus on the impact it can bring. And, the magic happens when AI becomes your default. Just like your mobile is your default. Internet is your default. Machines are your default. Right now, we are worrying so much about AI because we think it's so disruptive. But so was computers when they came in back in 1984. So was internet when it came in 2000, and mobile when it came in 2008. People thought that, oh my God, there'll be job loss, everything will crash. Nothing crashed. It flourishes because it creates more revenue. Where we are, and in the 50 years, it's not because we are because we got more advanced technologically. And so is with AI. And that is how it changes everything when you want to move from creating a buzz to a business impact. It's a process. It's not a technology thing. People think AI is about technology. It's never about technology. It's about data that you have. It's about process reengineering that you need to undertake. It's about change management. And you do that keeping the people in the center. right? Because it's always about the human and the AI equation that will change you, right? AI can analyze, but humans will emphasize. They will empathize. The best results always come when humans take advantage of the technology, not other way around. When technology takes advantage of humans, that's disastrous. But when humans know how to take advantage of technology, that's when the magic happens. The goal is not to automate. The goal should be to amplify. The companies who have leveraged technology to amplify have always flourished. Companies who use technology to replace or automate, they always get at a plateau level. And the best leaders will use AI to think faster, to decide faster, and act wiser. Because AI is going to make everyone a little more intelligent, whoever you are. So basically, I'll just leave you with three key takeaways, right? The smartest decisions will always come from combining your human context with machine insight. It's not about just blindly following what any technology or any machine is giving you. It's combining that with your insights. It's having a sustained growth when you're powering the efficiency and the people together. And you don't have to really wait for the perfect data. Start small, whatever you have. Measure the impact and scale whatever works, right? And this is just my closing thought. It's just not about, and these things have been done multiple times in the past whenever there has been a new technology. It's not if you're using AI. If you're using AI to think with it, it's your second brain who can process things a little faster, a little wiser, and help you connect the dots. So if this is what I've been doing for organizations, this is what I help organizations leverage AI for sustained growth, for improving the way they work, becoming more productive, becoming more efficient. It's a process. And yes, it's going to be a great revolution. So anyways, guys, thanks a lot for the time. Thanks, Anurag, for the time, for the opportunity.
Yeah, we talk about hallucination.
Yeah.
We say that 99% is accurate or 99.99. So are we close to doing away with hallucination where really we'll get to 100% accuracy?
Yeah, it's possible. See, I'll tell you why hallucination happens. I'll just explain in very simple terms so you'll be able to understand how you get rid of hallucination. What happens is that if I take a large model, right, and I train it on the largest data set possible, imagine you knowing everything that happens in the world. So if I ask you something very specific about my company, you don't have enough information about my company because you think that you know it all, right? जो ज्ञानी लोग होते हैं वो आपको सिर्फ भी जवाब दे देंगे. जैसे आप दिल्ली में किसी से रास्ता पूछोगे नहीं पता फिर रास्ता बता ही देंगे आपको कि यहाँ जाना है. So that is basically hallucination. When you do not have the right context, but you think that you know enough to answer that person. So that's what happens with large language models. Because
basically, Rahul Gandhi is a large language model.
I won't comment on that, but I think it's a large language model. So what happens is that the way we implement at organizations, the solutions have been that we implement a small scale model. So we train a data set, we train a model that is just trained on the company data set. And then you have enough guardrails. So when you ask him something which doesn't have information in from the data it has, it will answer, I don't have enough information, I cannot process that. Because it's trained on a smaller data set. It just knows, मुझे सिर्फ इतना ही देखना है. But using the intelligence within the data set. So that's how we have reduced the hallucination, and it's just the way you implement technology. Just 1 second, ma'am, I'll just come to you. That's how you implement technology to reduce hallucination, and yes, it is possible with the right implementation even now.
And we have to work with you and do that workshop, but the search is changing. Now you have to, it is changing in a big way.
Dramatic way. I think because In fact, I was having a discussion with Sid Puri the other day, and he was saying that Sid Puri, Tyru, Siddharth, Smile Group. Ha. So he was saying that will the entire ChatGPT is trying to build the shopping engine. What and Google and Meta have tried and they failed. And do you think OpenAI will succeed? I said yes, they will succeed. Only for simple reason because OpenAI has built what Google and Meta cannot build is trust. Right now, OpenAI, you people who actually leverage any of those platforms, be it Gemini, ChatGPT, or whatever, they discuss it so much information with them and the way they trust that platform. Because it doesn't give you a product, just say, oh, I want to buy this. You have discussed, oh, I have a skin problem, I have this. After those 20 prompts, then you ask him, is there any product? He says, this is the product. You will buy it. There's no reason you will not buy it because you have built it over through the trust that has been built. So yes, they will succeed, and the entire search is changing. People have no longer, they don't want to see 1.5 million results in zero point 0.3 seconds. They say, give me one answer. And that is why it comes with a caution. Because if that one answer is wrong, it will change you. So that's when the hallucination and entire how to leverage technology becomes very, very important because it will build an insane amount of trust. And if that technology goes wrong at the back end, it will lead to something disastrous. But yes, short answer is the search is changing. Yes, ma'am, you're asking something. Sorry.
I had a question. You
Yeah.
talked about hallucination.
Yeah.
So my question is, what is the difference between hallucination and delusion?
And delusion. Hallucination is when hallucination is the technical word used in case of when you use large language models. Delusions is that another word of hallucinating, right? When I think that I know the answer. But hallucination is a more technical word when I'm trying to tell you that I know the answer. It's just that I don't know the answer with respect to your context, right? So it's not that when you ask, let's say ChatGPT of saying that I have this blast furnace and this is the coke percentage, it will give you an answer because it had read somewhere. But it may not really be pertaining to your question, and the answer may not be accurate to what the question you are asking. So therefore, that is called what we call the hallucination, when the model assumes the answer and the answer doesn't come from the exact source you're asking for it. In the current context, just more from an implementation context, that's what an MCP protocol has been addressing. We address the hallucination through an MCP protocol where we every time we give a timestamp and a data source to say that this is where the answer is coming from.
I actually wanted to ask about your thoughts on AI and sustainability. Like very recently, we're all aware of what happened in California, which is like sort of the AI capital. And even now, when natural resources are under a lot of strain, like there have been a lot of discussions on how AI models are also taking in a lot of natural resources more than is necessary per capita per person. So I wanted to ask you, how do you believe that AI is ethical? Because a lot of these models are also trained on stolen work, and how you think it could be made sustainable and more ethical in the future.
So the two parts. One is the ethical part of it. One is the impact on the environment or from an eco perspective. So I'll take the two questions separately. See, ethical is how every company does the business. They have created a technology how OpenAI or Gemini have leveraged the data. It is within their own realms, and I think there have been enough governance models that are being discussed in trying to determine was it ethical or not, right? The kind of information you declare and how much can I leverage that information? Does it cross my boundaries of being non-ethical or not? And that's what they have been doing. And to your surprise, they were actually in the US, they were trying to pass a bill saying that every information that these guys have should be made available to those big tech companies legally, right? So it's not like I commit a crime and now please make it legal for me. So that's how they're going to bypass that. So so yes, it is very much debatable right now how they've built the models. A lot of companies have done claims that they have used the information given to them unethically. But so has been the case with Google. So has been the case with Meta. And those cases have been going on for like many years. So that's a very tricky part. But sustainability is more real,
Yeah.
right? Because just one second, let me because it does take a huge amount of power for it to give you an answer, right? The difference between the power taken by a search and the power by ChatGPT is actually 15 times more. So imagine the strain on the water and electricity. These are two biggest constraints that come from there. But I think over the time, these models will optimize. Right now, because they look for everything else, the difference between a DeepSeek and ChatGPT was that it works on a much lesser resources. So I think with every technology, it has optimized over a period of time. It has become more sustainable, and I think that the same will happen with ChatGPT, and every day they will make a progress. And same point of time, they will get into alternate energy sources. I think the lot of the nuclear policies are being opened to leverage nuclear for electricity and stuff like that. So yes, it's going to have a dramatic shift in the whole landscape on that side. But I think that is something which will get solved over a period of time.
Yeah, and my name is Sudhir Mishra. I practice environmental law. I was the amicus in the Supreme Court for carbon emissions matter.
Okay.
So a lot of AI related discussion is happening. How do we reduce the electricity load?
Yeah.
So we persisted on asking that minimum default temperature should be 24, or we should have intelligent lighting that you enter a room, then only the light should come up.
Yeah.
So how do you think, give me just 1, 2, 3 steps for me, which I can do to directly link it, because all this is too difficult for me, the whole AI thing.
Yeah.
But if I can reduce the carbon burden by involving AI, just tell me simple 3 steps. I'll try to do that.
Sure. I think I'm working on a similar project with Jindal Steel in terms of how do we leverage AI for getting more greener steel plant. That's what they are focusing on. See, the basic crux of AI is that it should be used for intelligence on the data set that you already have. Humans can only decipher so much when you look at a data set. The whole advantage comes from when I look at the whole process end to end, because right now each function looks at only different stuff. But the moment I look at whole process end to end, I'll give a very simple example. From the point the iron ore comes, we were able to, just to give a simple example, they have a huge plant in Angol, which is about 8,000 acres. They were using 1,300 trucks just to carry the metal within the plant, right? We were able to save about 50 crores just by optimizing when the truck should move and to what point it will move, right? Just the fuel efficiency, because what is happening is, they will load the entire truck. It's a dumper truck, like those heavy trucks, and they'll go to a point. Then they're 5 trucks waiting back to back with the engines on. Air pollution Delhi is slightly more trickier because it has a lot of uncontrolled. You have their plant have everything under control. I can take the routes. We geotag the routes. We kind of geofence the route. We had IoT in the engines. We knew when they're starting, when they're stopping. So it was a much controlled environment. Here, Delhi is like a city. So it's very difficult to do that. But technically, if you look at the different data points and start optimizing the whole process, there's at least 20 to 30% efficiency you can bring in your carbon footprint just by sheer optimizing your processes. By start and the stop, how should I time it? And these are very simple things which manually, humanly is not possible, right? But a compute can actually deliver that for me. So that's how.
Do you think AI can help me grow hair?
You don't need AI for that, Anurag. This is already solved.
Do you think I need to grow hair? No.
That's solved. That's solved. You're
On a serious note, I've known Gyan for a long time. And, I can only say, I don't know your name, but we at Businessworld do a ranking of India's most sustainable companies. Every year, this is the 6th year. And we do rankings without any influence. And we do last 3 years, the environment minister has been at the forum every year. And we do it with domain experts who understand that domain. I mean, we know a bit about it, but I can't call myself a domain expert in sustainability. And your question is right, because the one thing is for sure, electricity demand is growing with data centers,
Yes.
with the amount of data being churned out every day. So sustainability will become more important.
It is. It
And
is.
we now know that climate change is not a hoax. Donald Trump famously said it's a hoax. It's not a hoax,
Yeah.
right? Like a lot of crazy things he says. Uh, the most important thing is AI is about prompts. It's like life. You must know who to ask the right question, what question to ask. So the more you do, it's like swimming, cycling, running, whatever. The more you use AI, the better you get, because it's the right prompts. In fact, I'm starting a show. I wanted to start it in last Feb. It's called The Prompt. From tomorrow, I've started a new podcast. It's called Dropout. I only talk to people who dropped out of school and doing interesting things. I don't believe in success. You have to have an interesting lives. That is success, right? So, but I'm going to start from 1st November a podcast on AI called The Prompt. Because AI is only about what you will ask. It's how trained you are to be or evolved you are. So the better the prompt, the better the
Well, I mean, we just moved a little away from prompt as well. Now, I think, yeah, if
with the
we,
agentic.
yeah.
I
So I
mean,
think agentic is going to change a lot of the prompting that you're doing. It will tell you what you should be asking rather than you telling that. Once I know enough about you.
like your wife, right?
Well,
So you'd like to believe. Sorry, I'm going to just interrupt a bit. We've got the champion on sustainability here. I just realized when I walked, I saw him. But like I said, that sustainability is part of your life. You have to integrate it, but you have to realize that the carbon footprint is actually a scientific calculation. I, as an apparel brand, have been the first one to have actually got the carbon footprint of every product we are making calculated. It is a blockchain way of doing. It's a scientific way of doing. We all need to make that focused change in trying to choose right by making and going and purchasing things where you're given that transparency. Because this is true. Unless you know where your product is going and what's the journey, you're just going to be fooled again and again. So you also have to make that effort to make the change. It's not about AI. It's not about technology. It's about making the right decisions as well. So I think that's the little bit I would say on sustainability. And of
all right,
course,
thanks.
the
Thank-
champion here, so there's nothing much to say.
Thanks. And I think it's just that AI will make your decision making more smarter. On that note, thanks a lot. I'm Gyan Gupta. Guys, thank you. Thanks, Anurag.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. This was really something we all could relate to, and we are all part of this conversation. Moving on, and I'll request my speakers to keep it to their time. And our next speaker is Ms. Deepika Narayan Bhardwaj. She is the director, Ekam Nyay Foundation. Ms. Narayan is an Indian journalist, documentary filmmaker, and a men's rights activist. Her documentary films focus on gender politics as it intersects with laws, justice, culture, society, and she's going to talk about discovering my why, the journey to purpose. I request Ms. Bhardwaj to join us on stage. And a round of applause
I'll
for
take 60 seconds to introduce Deepika. Me and Deepika used to work together. And then we discovered she also went to the same engineering institution as me, of course, many years apart, right? Like I share my birthday with my daughter, I tell we have the same birthday, but 32 years apart. So similarly, she went to the college much later than I went. But I want to tell you about Deepika. I have met lots of people. Almost everyone who's speaking here is somebody I know personally well, right from Dakshji. Sudhirji, you're not speaking because your children are getting an award. So that's the only reason you're not speaking. I met her maybe 15 years back, roughly, right? She came through some reference, or I don't remember. Met her and she became our best reporter. She used to write for Exchange Media. And one day something happened in her personal life. And Deepika is a very honest person and very conscientious person. I remember last year, I called her, a friend of mine was in some trouble, and she said, your friend is not right. I will not take up this cause. Right? And I respect her because I really know her well. Right? She fights for helping men, gentlemen, when they get false rape cases or they get false dowry cases, or in some cases their partners or wives are harassing, don't give them custody of children, and you know how traumatic that can. I remember meeting her on a Holi 10 years back, and I was sad about something. And she said, "Chalo, Anurag, sir, chalo." She took me to AIMS, and she made me meet a guard, and whose wife was wanting too much money from him as a alimony. And the guard possibly used to get 6,000 or 10,000 rupees. And she said, "Chalo, आप इसकी दवाई खरीदो." Right? अब इसकी आपने job लगवानी है. So she changed my attention. So she does very good work. She's made this her life. She made this movie called Martyrs of Marriage, and she's making multiple kind of sequels to that. She's made her, share her story about how she got into this. But I think the best of Deepika Narayan Bhardwaj, her father, Mr. Bhardwaj, is yet to come. I mean, these are people, I'm sure a lot of people do good work, but I know her intent and her honesty and her conscientiousness impact to kar hi rahi hai, but I think these three are most important. Give Deepika a big round of applause.
Thank you so much, Anurag sir, for such a warm welcome. I don't usually write speeches, but then I respect every forum that my former boss organizes, and so I have to be really, really prepared. Discovering my why, the journey to purpose. In January 2024, I received a call from a man at 10:30 p.m. at night. His name is Dheeraj Gupta. He's from Delhi. He told me he has just come out from jail after spending 5 months behind bars, and he started crying profusely. We often don't hear men cry, but with the work that I do, I hear such cries every single day. Dheeraj told me he was falsely accused of rape by a woman he had never seen. Never seen. He didn't know her name. He had not even touched her. But he was accused of rape by a woman like that. And the police immediately arrested him. No matter how much he cried of his innocence, he was not heard. And I would not be afraid to say that was only because he is a man. There was not a shred of truth in allegations made by the woman against him, but he was still arrested and thrown in the darkness of prison. His dignity, his respect, his livelihood taken away in seconds, though he had done no wrong. Dheeraj's wife was pregnant. People believe I fight only for men, but you have to understand that every man is connected to a family which also has women and which also has children. Dheeraj's wife was pregnant when he was taken into custody, and the woman and her accomplices who framed him in this false rape case wanted to extort 33 lakhs from him. They had to pay up because their family was in complete shambles. After listening to his story, I told Dheeraj that, Dheeraj, please don't cry. I will do whatever it takes to get you justice. From January 2024 till July 2025, I kept doing rounds to one platform, to the other platform, going and meeting the DGP of Haryana, going and meeting the former Home Minister of Haryana, because the case against him was lodged in Faridabad. And finally, we got a special investigation team formed by the orders of DGP Haryana to look into this case. And in July 2025, I got those culprits arrested. Nobody heard Dheeraj, but we did. In March 2023, Mr. Rakesh Walia emailed me seeking justice for himself in a false rape case filed on him by a woman in Delhi who he had met just once for the purpose of digital promotion of his book. Mr. Walia is a senior citizen, a decorated army officer, a cancer survivor. Mr. Walia's life is that which is most inspiring, which the most inspiring stories are made of. But when he was accused of rape, just mere statement was everything that mattered, and nothing that he had done in his life, the reputation that he had built for himself, or the extraordinary person he was mattered. What mattered was only the FIR filed against him. He was put on trial for a crime he had never done. He lost his job. He suffered a heart attack. His wife went through a brain hemorrhage only because of this case. Again, This man also kept pleading for his innocence, but no one helped him until he approached me. I started working on the case, and we discovered that the woman who had accused him of rape has filed 9 such rape and molestation cases in Delhi alone in the last several years. She had demanded 3 lakhs from Mr. Walia, but he chose to fight instead of bowing down to an extortionist because, at the end of the day, he was an army officer. He was trained to fight. But unfortunately, he lost 4 years of his life fighting a battle he never chose. In March 2025, I stood by him in the Supreme Court of India, which accepted that the case was false and quashed it. But there was no action ordered against the woman who lied about one of the most heinous crimes that the women who are victims of actually need justice. On 1st January 2025, when entire world was celebrating New Year, Suraj Saini was writhing in pain in a hospital in Delhi after his wife Jyoti Kittu threw 5 liters of hot boiling water on him mixed with chili powder. Just 22-year-old boy. She did this to him because he came to know that the woman he had married was actually married to multiple men before, had children with them, which he had no idea about. And he also didn't know that she had threatened multiple men of rape and blackmailed them and extorted them. He was 25% burnt when he was in the hospital. Jyoti had not just burnt him, but also locked him and taken his phone away after the attack so that he could die. It was literally an attempt to murder. Despite this, Delhi police did nothing. January 1st, 2025 is when this episode happened. March is when Suraj approached me, again crying that, ma'am, earlier I was not heard and I could still understand. But अब मेरे साथ इतना बुरा हो गया, उसके बाद भी मेरी सुनवाई नहीं हो रही है, मुझे समझ भी नहीं आ रहा है कि ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है. And that's when we started a campaign for justice for Suraj Saini. And we went all out on social media. I contacted my journalist friends. They covered his story. And only after a continuous effort of 1.5 months, Jyoti was finally arrested. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. These are famous lines written by Martin Luther King Jr. in a letter from Birmingham jail in 1963. It means that all people are interconnected and that an act of injustice in one place can eventually affect everyone, emphasizing that a threat to one person's freedom is a threat to everyone. Until a decade and a half ago, I didn't know these words, but today these lines define what I do. Equal rights, equal justice has been the motto of my work since last 13 years. I have made documentary films, I fight for equal rights of men, and I run an organization called the Ekam Nyay Foundation. We help those men and the families who are in distress because of false accusations, wrongful prosecution, very bitter matrimonial disputes, domestic violence, sexual abuse, child custody disputes, and feel helpless and unheard as the laws dealing with gender justice primarily treat only women as victims. There is, of course, a historic perspective to it, but I personally believe that every human life matters, and the laws that have been made to protect people must not be misused to destroy others. All these words would have sounded alien to me if I go back to time when most of us think about purpose, exactly what I need to be speaking about today. But I actually shaped my life's purpose through the work that I do after a very, very long time. I did my BTech in information technology, worked with one of the finest companies, Infosys, and then left it all to pursue my passion in journalism in 2009. I did my postgrad diploma in TV journalism and started my career in media. But in 2012, I found my purpose: to fight for those who are always seen as perpetrators, even if they are victims, men. My journey started with a very personal experience like Anurag sir shared, but I'm not going to delve deeper into that today for the paucity of time. We were falsely accused of dowry and domestic violence. The marriage broke down because of extramarital affair of the woman. But we were being very sophisticated people to sort it out amicably until we realized that they want to extort 20 lakhs from us for a marriage that didn't last even for a month. We didn't find any help at that time, and that's what drove me to my purpose. When I started, until it happened to my family, I used to be your average, everyday woman who thinks that only women go through wrong and nothing wrong can ever happen to men. But at this point, I started unraveling this new world that opened to me, and I realized there are thousands and lakhs of innocents, many who have died by suicide to make the society hear them. And that is when I decided that I will tell the stories. Exactly 13 years ago, in October 2012, I told Anurag sir, give me just 1 year. I will go and make a documentary and then I'll come back. But it's been 13 years of working on my purpose every single day. And I never feel for a moment that there is anything else that I want to do but to help people. I'd quit my job. I had no money. I had no experience of making feature length documentary films. I had no team, but I had passion and purpose, which kept me going no matter how hard it became. To make my first film, Martyrs of Marriage, on lives of families destroyed because of false dowry cases. A woman who made 20,000 rupees per month has a first salary, sometimes didn't even have 5,000 rupees in her account for almost 4 years that she took to make this documentary film while dealing with her personal trauma and everything that her family went through. But it all paid back. In 2018, Martyrs of Marriage received global release on Netflix and eventually went on to be showcased at judicial academies, courts, law colleges, conferences, nationally and internationally. And the film was used for the purpose that it was made for, to apprise people of the human impact of false accusations. I then made India's Sons my next documentary film on lives of men who were falsely accused of rape and their struggles and battles until they were declared innocent. Thankfully, this time I had a producer. India's Sons won the Best Documentary Film Award at Jharkhand International Film Festival, was the only entry from India at Taiwan International Innocence Film Festival, streamed on Jio Cinema before its merger with Hotstar, and it recently got screened at Haryana Police Academy for IG level police officers and for training of investigation officers who look into rape cases, to shaft the false ones from the true ones and ensure that injustice is not done either to women who are genuine victims or to men who are falsely accused. In 2024, I started Ekam Nyay Foundation, and I now also have a team. Since its inception, Ekam Nyay Foundation has touched more than 2,000 lives directly and reached millions through our content. Our podcast, The Ekam Nyay Show, tells inspiring stories of people who have fought hard and won their battles against injustice. We have got more than 25 women and men arrested in the last 1.5 years for running scams, extortion gangs, misusing laws, filing false cases, and we are creating impact on ground. We have partnered with researchers to bring out quantitative and qualitative researches in this domain because there exists none, as these issues are mostly ignored in academia and there is hardly any data available from national agencies. We recently did a survey with 108 fathers who were deprived to be in the lives of their own children, and it is very, very saddening that only 25% of fathers who apply for visitation means access to their kids when there is a dispute going on between husband and wife, only 25% get access to even meet their kids. Let me very quickly reflect something on this and give you food for thought. I'm now helping a man, an army man who's falsely accused of rape. He's languishing in jail. I wanted to speak to him because I wanted to tell him that now I have taken up the case and I'm going to do everything to get him out and make him win this case. It took me just 1 day to arrange an e-mulakat with this man. Just 1 day. I applied today, and the next morning I was meeting this person through video conferencing. But you know how much time it takes on an average for a father to meet his child in situation of matrimonial dispute? 6 months. 6 months, where they just get permission. Okay, you can meet your child for, an hour. Where? In the court. And what if the mother doesn't bring the child? There are hardly any repercussions. I'm right now emotionally counseling a lieutenant colonel in the Indian Army who has been in matrimonial dispute with his wife for last couple of years. His sons adore him. They just adore him. His wife has committed 63 contempt of court. That means 63 times she did not follow the orders of the court. But nothing was done. Okay, so this was about, so we did the parental alienation survey with fathers. We will now host the Ekam Nyay conference, Shaping an Equal and Just Bharat in November, ahead of the International Men's Day, to bring various stakeholders who are a part of criminal justice system to discuss pertinent issues around human rights of men and shed this idea and belief that when it comes to injustice, when it comes to wrongs, we need to talk only about women and not men. We need to talk about everyone. We need to every day talk about the wrongs that are happening to women. And we also need to talk about the wrongs that are happening to men. I and my team are trying to make a real difference to lives of people, men, women, children, society. Everyone is impacted because of the issues we are raising. It's not about gender, but about wrong, which must be punished, and justice that must be served to everyone, irrespective of gender. There's a lot of criticism. There is a lot of criticism that comes my way because people believe that a patriarchal society like ours does not need any discussion around men. I receive a lot of abuse too. My family has been targeted as well. But the amount of love, appreciation, gratitude which we receive from countless families every single day shadows everything. And that's what happens when you follow your purpose with passion, persistence, and perseverance. Your zeal touches, moves, and inspires people, and you overcome every difficulty to continue to march ahead on the path of your purpose. I'm so glad that in my life I found a purpose that I can connect to every single day of my life and make a meaningful difference to this world. Thank you so much, everyone, and I wish you all a very happy Diwali.
Deepika, I'll ask one question. I applaud you and I'm connected with you and I always try to. My name is Sudhir Mishra. I'm a lawyer and I do sustainability. But I want to ask you, martyrs of marriage is fine. But there is also Jinda Shaheed amongst husband. Jinda Shaheed. Like they are living a marriage because that's what the societal pressure is. And they are quietly putting all their efforts in making the marriage work because all the odds are against them.
Yeah.
And because they want the children to love them, they want their mother to survive this whole thing. And I think that's also a very big majority. Do you need to make something on that too?
The biggest challenge in talking about these men is that they do not actually want their pain to come out. So for me to do anything on that means taking up cases which may actually land them into bigger soup than what they are right now. I'll give you an example. I don't know if I'm legally allowed to do this, but I'll try and do this. Okay. Two very, very senior bureaucrats in a matrimonial dispute. The lady filed 498A on the person. This person was found absolutely innocent and the case was dismissed. There was a final report filed. I only wrote their designations, either an IAS or IPS or IFS or whatever, that this and this wife filed a 498 case on this and this husband, and the police has found him innocent and all of that, And this person, the lady, has misused her powers. She filed a defamation case on me in Delhi High Court. It's going on. So but what you say, Sudhir, is so relevant. Just yesterday, I was talking to a very senior police officer. He has been accused of dowry and domestic violence. I've seen the videos myself. He was being thrashed. It's a senior police officer that I'm talking about. He had injuries. And he said, ma'am, I have begged and pleaded them that please sort it out amicably, but they now want to eat everything that I have. And you don't know what to do, what to tell such people, except that we stand by you, and whatever way we can help you, we would definitely help you. But yes, there is a problem, and we help such men emotionally as much as we can. And one thing that works beautifully for us is community. So we connect a person who can understand other person's pain, and when they talk, a lot of that pain at least simmers down, if not vanish, and they make friends with each other. Thank you. Thank you, Sudhir. Any other questions?
मुझे शादी कब कर रहे हो? मैं भारद्वाज साहब आपकी तरफ से पूछ रहा हूँ मैं ये, तो मुझे दिवाली का गिफ्ट अच्छा दे देना, ठीक है?
Sir, I sometimes say that I'm married to my purpose.
Yeah, that I understand. But I don't know a Malala, I don't know a Greta Thunberg, but in my view, what Deepika does with her absolute honesty and integrity is not second to that. And I was on the jury 10 years back on Z's, Fempowerment Awards.
Yes.
And her name came up. I was in the jury, and very esteemed jury. And I said, normally when you know someone, I recuse. But I said, I am very happy to say that she should win because she does good work and I know it personally. So please, these are Tehseen ji, इनके लिए कुछ करो, ठीक है? And Deepika, when is your this Ekam Nyay?
16th November, Constitution Club of India.
And what is the theme? Tell them a little bit about that.
So 19th November is International Men's Day, and it's a day dedicated to discussing issues that men are facing, but at the same time celebrate men who are role models in our lives, just like there is Women's Day for women, to celebrate them and to discuss the issues that they face. The theme of this year, International Men's Day, is men and boys. We are going to be discussing various issues that we deal in our daily life, Anurag sir. And Mr. Kapil Mishra, the Law Minister of Delhi, has just now today confirmed that he is going to be there and he will be speaking. 16th of November, it's a Sunday. And I request and invite all of you to please be there. The people who I talk about, they will all be there. So it was just not me talking, but people who we have helped and are supporting. Thank you so much.
God bless you.
Thank you.
And Deepika, stay back if you can to give away the awards. The awards are from 3 p.m. All the awardees are coming. 24 awardees, 22 are physically coming, 2 are online because various reasons.
Right. And that too on a Choti Diwali day. That's really incredible. Thank you so much, Ms. Bhardwaj, for sharing your story and very inspirational words there. So moving on to our next keynote, this focuses totally on something which is critical for success. Of course, I think in today's times, fitness. We have Mr. Bharat Sachdeva, founder, warrior, yogi fit, author, endurance athlete, and wellness mentor. He is, known for combining ancient wisdom with modern science and to offer practices that enhance performance and well-being throughout our lives. I will request my team to bring a chair on the dais. We need one here. This is going to be an exciting session. It's not just something that you will hear, you'll also practice. So I'm looking forward to it. Mr. Sachdeva, all of please welcome.
And I must acknowledge that I met Bharat because of Rishiji, because Bharat's dad is Rishiji's friend. And then Bharat became my friend. He is normally a very good fitness coach. He was mine for a while, but then he wanted to stay a very successful coach, so he gave up. Because he'd come in the morning and I'd give him tea, coffee, lots of food, read newspapers with him and send him back. In fact, my wife is so wise that she said, "You're spending money, let me utilize his." But jokes apart, Bharat is, his book came out. It's about he will tell you about, he swam a very difficult course, and he's an endurance coach to the sports teams in India, at the national level. And he's making a difference by the work he does for young people. Okay. Bharat, all yours. Bharat, do talk about your book also.
I think everybody's been sitting for a long time. May I request everybody to get up. And if you're wearing the heels, you can take the heels off. Just ensure you have enough space around you so that you don't hit the chair. Let's begin. Since we've been sitting, I want you to energize yourself. So, precondition, if you have any knee issue, back issue, please go slow, just walk. If not, I want everybody to start with some active dynamic movement. Make sure you're moving your arms and legs. I want to be really dynamic. Lift a knee up, lift a knee up. Let's go. Again, taking care of yourself. If at any point you're feeling discomfort, slow down, but keep moving. Let's challenge ourselves a little bit for 2 minutes only. All right, keep moving, keep moving. Those of you who can jog can bring in some jogging. Can bring in some jogging. 30 seconds only. Let's start. 30 seconds all the way. Very good. Very good. Let's bring in some energy and keep a smile on your face when you're moving. We've been sitting through the morning, so let's keep going. Last 10 seconds, a little faster. Can I see you go a little faster? 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, you see the chair? Come in front of the chair. I want you to just settle down, sit and get up. Make sure your feet are flat. It's like a simple squat. Those of you who have never done the squat, this is a great way to start. So just touch your back and get up. Keeping your feet flat. Very good. And breathe out when you go up. Don't hold your breath and keep that smile while you're moving up and down. Keep moving. Last 10, 9, 8. Very good. 7. Keeping your feet flat. 6, 5. Shoulder width apart. Feet shoulder width apart. Keep going. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Great. Excellent. Give yourself a round of applause to start. Please settle down. Thank you very much for joining me. You see, coming into the space of health and fitness, I'm working as an educator at a school in Noida and leading a team for health and physical education. We are catering to over 2,300 students. And this particular topic that came to me was a really emotional one and also something that I'm already doing with the students. Fitness as a change for not just them, but for everybody. But since we are catering to Gen Z and Gen Alpha, it's imperative you as parents or as influencers in your own domain, how are we seeing the shift, the trend that is happening? What all have we been doing ourselves? That's the first question to ask. Am I taking care of myself? Am I giving myself 30 minutes out of those 24 hours in a day to give to the movement? It could be anything, whether you walk, whether you jog, bike, dance, swim, gym, anything. Ask yourself that question. And can I see a raise of hands? How many of you have been doing that at least 30 minutes every day? Some sort of movement. Raise your hand. Good. I like that honesty. I like that accountability. If not, that's not the end. Let this day be the first day of that journey into health and fitness, which you want to showcase yourself and also to your loved ones. Because, you know, according to AHA, American Heart Association, minimum requirement is 5 times a week for 30 minutes every day. If you can sustain that, start off and sustain that for a period of time, you will see something will phenomenally change. And exercise has proven not just on a physical, on your emotion, but also your emotional, your mental, it is providing the brain-derived neurotropic factors, which is a good hormones, the happy hormones, the feel-good factors that we feel after a good workout. When I come back, when I settle down, when I reflect upon my day, how I felt, how that workout has made me feel. Because human being is not meant to sit and to eat and to repeat. We are meant to move. We are movers. We are primal creatures. Our forefathers, our ancestors were hunters and gatherers. What we have made of ourselves is something to be asking ourselves, what am I doing to myself? Because there is comfort. We don't have any threat of a saber-toothed tiger coming and attacking us or dying of the frost and winters. We are living in that sustainable, comfortable spaces. But what about this space? What about this body at the temple that we need to worship every day? Have we checked in with ourselves? Do we get time to check in with ourselves? What have I done to myself today? Can I be proud of? These are the questions that I ask my students, that I ask my uh, fellow teachers. And most importantly, fundamental thing that I've seen changing in today's time is the posture. A lot of youngsters have started sitting like this, and that is because of our, we are spending most of the time on our mobile phones. So for a moment, can I request you all to sit back up straight, keeping your feet flat, and turn your smartphone away for 5 minutes only. Just for 5 minutes, I'm giving you a challenge. No more phone for 5 minutes. Put it away unless there's something really urgent. Sit back straight and let's keep our back steady and relaxing your midsection. I want you to inhale to the count of 3 and exhale to the count of 4. Let's go slowly. You inhale through your nose and you exhale through your mouth, if that's comfortable, or through your nose, whatever is comfortable. A lot of people are difficult to breathe out, so you can breathe out through their mouth. Let's start. Inhale to the count of 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. One last time. Inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Relax. Excellent. That's a great start. What I'll be doing is embodying ourselves. This body, we are keeping connecting to ourselves through movement, through breath, to calm our minds, to regulate our emotions, to calm our system, because it's going churning day in, day out, every time. It's imperative in a day, if you're sitting for 2 hours, commit yourself 5 to 10 minutes, I need to go and move. I call it movement capsule. Every day, for every 2 hours that you're sitting, 10 minutes need to be spent. Now, question is, what should I do? You can jump, you can go to the stairs, just walk up and down the stairs, 5 minutes. Slowly, don't need to run. Start by walking, baby step. There's a saying in fitness, learn to walk, learn to crawl before you can walk, and learn to walk before you can run. You cannot expect, I see my friend doing that marathon, let me also start doing that. Because your physiological changes have to occur before I can even go for a 1 kilometer jog. So starting slowly, but committing yourself to a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle, not a magic fix. It's not a quick fix. Today I decide and tomorrow I'll be doing something. Because for over 10, 20, 30 years, I haven't done enough for my body that I'll start immediately doing. So any change that will happen has to be slow, sustainable, gradual, because you need to be kind to yourself. If anything that will stay with you for life, it's your breath and your body. How that till the last moment of your life, everybody will walk away, go away. But what will stay with you is your breath and your body. How good relationship you build with these two will determine the quality of life. Most of us are so distracted, so much out there that we forget to spend time with the most vital part of ourselves, which is our body, our mind, our emotions, and the breath and the body are two most vital things that I always tell. A lot of times I see a big shift happening since I work with the students. A lot of parents come कि ये मेरा बच्चा sports कर रहा है, and but I haven't been able to see any result. We have become so result oriented. जब तक वो first, second, third नहीं आता, तब तक मेरे को result नहीं मिल रहा. Then I ask them, do you see the shift in that child's behavior, personality, confidence, discipline, health, overall well-being, the way he or she is thinking? But we don't see those things. What is sports doing to you? What is fitness doing to you? They're becoming better decision makers in life. They'll be able to regulate their emotions when the shove comes push. How will they tackle the situation? That is what sports is teaching you. They will become more strategic, whether in work, whether in life, how to navigate a challenging situation is what sports and fitness will be giving it to them. And when these conversations happen with the parents, with the students, they realize it's not the end of the world. It's not कि मैं 5-7 साल सिर्फ to get into a good college, I will be doing sports or fitness, but it is a lifestyle. It's a lifelong process. It's your relationship with yourself. कोई और रहे ना रहे, आपका health और आपकी fitness आपके साथ रहेगा. It will help you also move into the world of chaos and challenges, how you will tackle the situations. Recently, last year, and with another wonderful friend of mine, Shashwat, we decided to take up a challenge. We decided, let us swim across Ram Setu from Sri Lanka to India. It's not an easy task, let me tell you. It took us a while, a lot of preparation, a lot of paperwork, permissions, planning, and most importantly, mental strength. Because in the end, it was not the physical endurance that was at the core, it was the mental strength. Because in life, as in life, so in the sea is uncertain, sea is unforgiving. Sea can test you like how, but if you're not prepared yourself, if you have not collected yourself together at the starting point, you cannot go all the way. The overwhelming emotion that happens when you're just sitting and watching the vastness of the sea, you're a tiny creature. Same in life. So what did the sea teach me, which I always share with the students, is respect and humility is very important. To move towards anything, it is important that I am not always in that process of domination, but at the same time, knowing when to surrender. In life, if I'm rigid, or in the sports, if I'm rigid, I will break myself. I need to know when to maneuver, when to move out of that headspace where I'm dominating. At the same time, trust and surrender is what the sea taught me. There were times when I was exhausted, when my muscle got fatigued, when the weather conditions were not conducive. That's when that mental aspect, the training that underwent for months, for years of trust and surrendering to the ocean really helped us. The teamwork with my team, I couldn't have done it by myself. The teamwork really played a critical role. We had a team of boatsmen who were 100 meters apart just for emergency evacuation. If anything happens to us, there is a team that can come and rescue us and take us. Touch wood, God willing, there was no problem. We managed. Of course, we got broken down. We've had the rule is when you are going for an ocean swim like that, you have to stay on the boat off the shore of whichever place you're starting from. So the entire night, entire afternoon, until our jump in the morning to start from Sri Lanka, Talaimanar, to Dhanushkodi, India, which took us 7.5 hours of non-stop swim. Of course, there were moments, every 1 hour and a half, too, we were taking a short break to take a quick sip of water because we couldn't eat anything. Anything that we ate a day prior in the afternoon, we were throwing up because of the motion sickness. We were on the boat. So what really helped is the mental aspect. There were two question scenarios that were coming to me and to my friend. What should we do? I'm puking, I'm drained out, dehydrated, but we have come all the way for some major purpose. What she was just speaking about. What is my purpose? And the purpose has to be aligned with your bigger commitment. And what have I given to myself? How have I done my preparation? What is my why? Why am I doing this? The bigger picture. Will this swim that I have done will impact the coming generations? Not because they have to cross the Ram Setu, but they can have to cross the bridge within. That is my title of the book, Ram Setu, the bridge within. What is your Ram Setu? That's a question. Could be health, could be business, could be relationship, could be anything that is very pertinent for you, that you're prolonging, letting it go, procrastinating, and not taking that decisive action. And that is my question to the youngsters when I ask them, what is your Ram Setu? That was mine. I swam. Maybe yours is to start with that 1 kilometer walk every day. Maybe to start with 20 push-ups every day, building a strength. Maybe I need to start reading 4 pages every day. That is my Ram Setu. So check in with yourself. It is relative. It is to everybody have to define their own bridge within. What bridge are you waiting to cross that you've been waiting for too long? What are the action steps that need to be taken? What is the importance of teamwork? Speaking, asking out. I was never a writer, never thought in my wildest dream that I'll become a writer one day. But the story was so inspirational that I thought, let the generations coming forward read about this, get inspired, talk about, and I can proudly say that it has really impacted. I've traveled to Sri Lanka afterwards. I've gone to different schools, appeared on various podcasts, and the message has gone wide across globally, not just locally, and it has really been receptive from audience of all age groups. And I'm very proud of that. And it all wouldn't have been possible without the support of everybody that came into our life at the right time. So trusting, first thing is making up your mind that I'm ready for this. Automatically world will, universe will ensure they give you the collaborators to help you reach that destination. If I don't even take that first step, just the thought of crossing was overwhelming at the start. Just the thought of taking that first jump into the ocean was overwhelming. Health was all fragile. What if I get stung by the jellyfish? What if I am unable to cross? Because right a week after our successful swim, another team from Karnataka, South India, took part in which one of the swimmers passed away of the heart stroke. They were attending the same. So there's no guarantee. It's uncertain. But life cannot be lived on a defensive. We have to take that first step. जोश के साथ होश होना जरूरी है. I cannot just say कि मैं तैयार हूँ, मैं कूद रहा हूँ. I need to first see the navigation. I need to see, I have to have a team. I need to have, of course, the uncertainties will happen, like in life. There's no guarantee. Whether I'm in how she was talking about the marriages, I was on a relationship or work culture, anything. There's no guarantee. But we have to take that first step. Trusting life, trusting the process, learning from our mistake. Was that the perfect swim? No, I don't think so. I could have done better. The moment we started, I didn't even, both of us were discussing, we felt like amateurs. After having swum for over 40 years, I felt like an amateur because the turbulence of the sea, the water conditions, collision of Bay of Bengal and Indian Ocean, it is not an easy swimming space. We were training in the pool and going into the ocean. Of course, we acclimatized, swam in for a few days. But when you're really out in the middle of the ocean, there is no guarantee. You have to get tested yourself. And that is a real test, my friends, that I underwent along with my friend. And that is a test that I always encourage each and every one of you sitting over here. Find what is your bridge within that you've been waiting to cross. Ask yourself, chart out yourself. I'm sure some of you are already working towards that. Some of you already went halfway in, or you started somewhere but went back. Get back to that. Get back to that. And trust me, when you actually move in, failures will happen. There will be uncertainties. There will be no guarantee. But at least you will tell yourself, I attempted to cross that bridge within. That is so pertinent for me. So yeah, so that was a short bit of my story and how as an educator, sports and wellness is an integral part. Earlier, I was coaching in a personal spaces. Now I'm catering to over 2,300 students, talking to the parents, co-educators, training my teachers, creating programs and curriculum that are inspiring, not just for now, but for lifelong education. Physical education has been a very low-hanging fruit all our life. Parents, school, society, we don't have infrastructure, to be very honest. We don't have a perfect weather conditions. We don't have many things but what can we do to get over those challenges? That is the question that we need to ask ourselves. You just need a mat. You just need to have a space, a stairs, sport jogging, sport running, yoga, having your own small bodyweight exercise regime, dance, etc. There should not be a reason that I cannot go out. I know safety is a big concern. I know challenges around. Limited space, major number of students and adults walking in there, want to play. That is the most unfortunate part in our country right now. We are going towards a development, but we do not have major infrastructures. We may have the biggest cricket stadium in the world, but how many students, how many youngsters have the access to go and play there? We may have built a wonderful stadiums in Delhi, but I feel sad when I see the condition of a swimming pool, major swimming pool, and there are barely any people swimming in. So where is there's something is missing. There's something major is missing because grass. Possibly, possibly. Yeah, so that's all from me. And any questions, I'm happy to share with you. But it was a wonderful, wonderful session. Thank you very much.
Namaskar, dosto. I have the privilege of knowing Bharat and his family, Geeta ji and Naresh ji, for the last 35 years. These lines are meant for him. नहीं मोहताज जेवर का जिसे खूबी खुदा ने दी कि बिन गहने चांद कैसा भला मालूम देता है. Modern School, Barakhamba Road and St. Stephen's College, Delhi have produced many stars. But amongst the brightest stars these institutes have produced is Bharat. And the credit for that goes mainly to these institutes, plus his parents who gave him the values. His father, Naresh ji, is the guru of my children. He taught them swimming, he taught them water polo, and both my children became the captains of their respective teams in St. Stephen's College, and my son, who's a major now at the IMA. Bharat, I'm very happy for you. God bless you. And you've got an extra supporter, Dr. Anurag Batra, because he will take you to places nobody else can, because yaron ka yaar hai.
But Bharat, very proud of your journey, and we still have to do a book reading session for you. That's pending. We will. So, Ruhail, back to you so that we can get. Please give. There is a question.
Just very quick, Bharat. You said 30 minutes for 5 days is minimum. I've done 1 hour every day continuously for months, but one break comes and it just goes off. How to deal with that? Because it's just, I mean, right now I'm dealing with it. I just had a small muscle spasm and it's now been 7 days that I have not gone to the gym. When this kind of break comes, it becomes very difficult to get back. How do we get back?
I have a solution. I delegate my gymming to Himani. She does 1 hour extra for me. And that's not a joke, okay? Maybe you can find a person. But on a serious note, back to you, Bharat.
So I think, yeah, I'll just answer her first. I think that's normal. You know, the times we're living in, the life that we are all leading, there are moments at times I also sometimes miss going to the gym, but I don't miss out on the walk. Maybe, you need to ensure you either having some sort of a marker, tracker, which is measuring your numbers, or just check the time that I need to ensure that I go for. So you're not beating up yourself that I didn't do anything. You know, like I said, I call my process called movement capsule. Make movement as a capsule, have 5 capsules a day, 5 to 10 minutes of movement, that's it. So over a day, through the day, you've covered at least 30 to 40 minutes. You can do 10 minutes, you can do 5 minutes. So, that could be breath work, that could be a walk, that could be squats, that could be jumping jack, that could be 5 to 10 rounds of Surya Namaskar. So there is no way that, I have deprived myself. If I remember to eat, if I remember to brush my teeth, I should remember to move, and like I said, moderation is the name of the game. Consistency and moderation. Don't need to go high intensity. You don't need to, commit to your fitness, not to the gym. So wherever you are committed to that fitness.
I have a question. I work for children, but here in Delhi, I see children going to school. The teachers and the management, they make sure they carry heavy books, big bag. They don't know how to carry. They are not told where should be the center of gravity. So today I was just coming back in the morning from the airport, a young girl carrying 3 bags. She's carrying the heavy bag on this side, all on one shoulder. But I am just an ordinary man. So I said, why it on both shoulders? but they would not. I am passerby. So, yeah, and all these children who are having health problems is because of these small issues. They don't know where should be the center of gravity. Their spinal cord is just going haywire. Parents also don't know how to educate them on this purpose. I am a local guardian of a little boy, same issue, but they would not listen much to the mother.
Got it, sir. Got it. Got it. We got it.
What should it be?
Yes.
So I think the only thing I would say, sir, to that is awareness. And as a society, as a community, we need to be aware. You are a aware citizen, even if you can change one child through your observation and your encouragement. I think that's a great. So it depends on the, sir. It's a very because the height of the person, how the back, how loose are they hanging in. The center of gravity, anything that you're loading in yourself, the load should be coming more on the legs rather than on the shoulder, on the back. So that is important. You know how we are training ourselves, and awareness. That is the most important thing.
By the way, Bharat, at Businessworld, we just did the jury meet for India's fittest 40 executives above 40. So enviable jury, the people who applied was like, I don't want to drop names. So that's on 31st October at the Taj Santa Cruz in Mumbai. Bharat, we are going to request you, if you have time, to come and talk to all the winners. And they're all CEOs, founders, and blah, blah, blah.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
All right, now it's time to hear from the people, the young ones themselves, those who are the spotlight today. Our next panel is The Future is You, Youth, Innovation, and the New Age of Possibility. And I have some young achievers on the panel. I would just call their names. They could come here one by one. Palak Khanna, can we have Palak Khanna on the stage? With a round of applause. Harshita Umesh. She asked a very good question that time, right? Anya Vig. Anya, yes. Sarem Ali Khan. And we have Sumedha Mehta as well. Sumedha. And this panel will be moderated by Rima Bahadri. She is my colleague from Businessworld. Rima, over to you. Let's hear from these young.
Very unfair to men. Only one boy on the panel, yeah. Very bad.
Exactly. All right, over to you. Yes.
Thank you, Raheel. So a young panel needs a young moderator as well, I think. Firstly, thank you for being here. And if I could request everyone to give a big round of applause to the young leaders right now. Okay, so the first panel of the day and the only panel of the day with the youth. So our topic is The Future is You. And we want to know about you all. So before I actually start asking the question, would you like to give us a brief introduction of yourselves? Like a 30-second introduction works?
So, hi everybody, I'm Sarem Ali Khan. I'm 15 years old and I'm the co-founder of ASA Jets. It's basically it's based on sustainability. Earlier, it was just based on paper products, paper aeroplanes. It was just a quite childish thing. But now I think with certain measures, we've evolved from that. And we basically try to make an impact. And some people ask, what's the impact that you make? So every month, basically, we go on recycling drives. We use biodegradable products, and we also minimize wastage. The prices of our products are quite low, so that everybody can afford them, and it's quite a good business model, I would say.
Hi, everyone. So I am Palak Khanna. I run my own youth-led nonprofit. It's called Break the Ice, where we work on literally and essentially breaking the ice about conversations that are important, but those that often get ignored. So from gender equality to mental health to climate action, sustainability, menstruation, and much more. I'm also one of Asia's 100 Women Power Leaders for 2023. Bit about my journey. I've been a massive introvert. Now I speak on stages, so you can see the journey out there. And yeah, looking forward to this conversation.
It's working, it's working.
Hi everybody, I'm Harshita. I recently graduated MBBS from a government medical college. I've been a youth policy champion for UNICEF India, and I'm currently a young feminist leader with UN Women India. I also recently founded a nonprofit called as Vada Hope Foundation, and we're working towards universal health coverage.
Anya?
Hi everyone, my name is Anya Wake. I'm the co-founder and managing director of a nonprofit. It's called Her Haq, and I work on gender equality. Essentially, the goal is to make sure that the world is a place where women don't have to fight to make their voice heard. I work for the UN, I work with the Foundation for Women's Economic Empowerment. I also create content on gender equality on LinkedIn and other platforms. And yes, I'm back to school now. So I did my undergrad from LSR, did a postgrad in human rights, and now I'm doing law. So lots of studying and lots of good work to make sure the world is a little more equal.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sumedha Mehta, and I'm heading partnerships and strategy for One Essentials. One Essentials is an essential oils brand. For your well-being, we have essential oils, personal care products, and essentially it's a women-led brand. It was started by my aunt, then I joined, and then my mom joined. That's a brief introduction about me.
Thank you so much, Sumedha. So, Sarem, I'd like to start with you since you're the youngest in the panel and also the only young man slash boy, I would like to say, in the panel. So, when we talk about the, you know, terms like youth, innovation, new age of possibility, the future is you. What comes into your head in the immediate effect?
Yeah, so for me, the future is you. It's like not just a phrase, it's both a reminder and a responsibility. It reminds me that the power to change whatever comes next is not just an abstract idea, it lies in our hands. It's through our hard work, determination, good intent that fuels this power. It's about moving on from someone should to I will. And I feel this is what I get reminded of from the future is you.
Lovely. Palak, you'd like to share your thoughts?
I'll actually add on to that. I think the future is you is kind of, again, a reminder, but also hope as well, right? Because if the future is you and the future, and what I hear from the future is you is also the future is now, because you are the now. So it's kind of a hope and a reminder, because yes, there is so much power in our actions that we are taking today. And that's a reminder, right? A very, very powerful reminder. But there is so much power in the actions that we take today. So there's so much hope added on to that statement. And if those actions are taken properly, they are inclusive, they are intersectional, they are intergenerational, then they can be very, very impactful.
Lovely. Harshita, on that note, like you have just completed your MBBS. What does the future as you holds in your field?
Could I add on to what they said and then come to my field?
Sure.
For me, when I think of the future as you, I'm both reminded of one thing and I look forward to one thing. The first thing that I look forward to is about my dreams, my aspirations, and myself. Like, what do I want to be, and who do I want to be, and what do I want to become? But I'm also reminded that within myself, I carry a legacy, and it's not just my story that I'm sharing, but the stories of the people that I meet every single day, the stories that have made my family, the story of who I am as myself as well. So when someone says the future is you, I feel like the future is all of us, it's a collective, and it moving away from just saying it's a one person thing or a one action thing to building on the future is all of us makes it that much more holistic for any of us.
That's a beautiful answer. Anya?
I feel like with so much excitement, there also comes a lot of responsibility and a lot of determination to see what tomorrow looks like for us. I mean, it's a overused quote, but everybody keeps saying you should drive the change that you wish to see tomorrow. And I feel like it holds so much power for young people. If you want to see spaces where there's more representation, more opportunity, more equality, diversity, it's also on us to demand and create those spaces. So I feel like It holds a lot of excitement, but also so much innovation of what we can do, how we can lead, and how we want to be led.
That's also pretty powerful. Sumedha, your take on it?
I personally feel future is you is when I say that I'm taking the ownership of what I'm doing. I'm taking the ownership that I have to build something that is there for tomorrow, that is there not only for me, but for somebody who's, let's say, my future generations, Gen Alpha, somebody who has to take. That is what I feel.
How many of you are, I mean, I know you two are Gen Z. Are you Gen Alpha? So, okay, so we have all Gen Zs here. Okay, so coming to my next question, how do you think this youth, I'm the end of millennials, okay? So, on the cusp of Gen Z, to be honest, how is this youth different from the previous generation? So, maybe if I start with you only,
Okay.
how would you explain that?
I feel what I personally feel, personally coming from the people that I've met, Gen Z, we are ready to take accountability. We are ready to take accountability on terms of saying, yes, I've done this wrong. Yes, I did this wrong. Tell me what to do next. Tell me what should be there that is wrong, and then I can answer. So that I personally feel accountability is something that we as Gen Z have taken different.
Do you think Gen Z can take it in a very light manner instead of being
Yes.
very
Yes.
emotionally
So somebody has pinpointed me in saying that, oh, you've done this wrong. Yesterday only my mom said that you've done this wrong. I was like, okay, now tell me what to do. Don't come and pinpoint me. So yeah, that is what I personally feel.
Okay, Anya, what is your take on it?
I would say, and I say this in a positive and negative way, I think the young people today are very impatient in a good way as well. They're very eager and they're very empathetic. I feel like a lot of people say, oh my God, you people are so emotional. But I feel like emotions is not always a bad thing. Empathy comes from emotion, how you think about others, how you think about yourself. And impatient in the sense that I feel like a lot of young people want to see change and they're eager to work on it, which of course sometimes can go wrong. But unless you're impatient and eager, it's very hard to drive fast change. So I think these three things fit well for young people.
Harshita?
I would say bold and unafraid, that we're unafraid to ask the right questions and really sit with uncomfortable truths and really introspect and say, hey, what is it like? How are we here today? What is the entire reasoning behind why we're here today? And what is it that we want to take and do to the future? I feel like when we sit with these truths, we also ask a lot of uncomfortable questions that not a lot of people are willing to answer. But that also brings back to what like Anya and Sumedha were saying, that we're impatient to create this change, but we're also really bold in our actions and we're taking accountability for what it is that we can do while also trying to listen in and learn from the mistakes of the past.
So you think previous generations don't do that? Learn from the mistakes of their past?
I feel like we come in a lot more numbers than the previous generations. So if we play a numbers game, then probably a lot more.
Okay. Palak?
I think, yeah, I would add on to everything being said already. I think I would phrase it differently, not impatience. I think a sense of urgency, maybe. I think we have a sense of urgency in the way that we want to implement things because we can see the climate crisis happening. We can see things already happening. So we want to be urgent with our actions, which is, again, a good and a bad thing. In a relative sense, it is a positive characteristic that we have that sense of urgency on, I want to implement this now. I want to experiment with this now. I want to collaborate now because we are, again, we're not just inheriting a future, we're kind of co-creating that future as well, which is a positive thing for Gen Z because we are asking questions, we are raising those questions. Whether those are the right questions or not, that's a different conversation. But I think more so we are ready to ask those questions in the right rooms and be like, this is not just a future that I want to see. I want to build it with you and maybe remake parts of it, rebuild parts of it, and essentially co-create it so that when we inherit it, it's a co-created collective future for everyone. So I think, yeah.
Okay.
So basically, like everybody raised, identifying the problems, asking the right questions. I feel like we, as a generation, we have a wider access to like information, technology, and quite a few platforms like this. So we have what the previous generation did not have. We have a lot of inputs we can go through, and I feel like the younger generation is more daring as well. And when you couple this with the platforms provided, I think that makes the change, that it marks the difference between the new thinking and the older thinking.
Okay. Anya, I have a question for you. You mentioned that Gen Z is more empathetic, but also research says that they are more numb than the previous generations. Would you like to talk about that?
More numb from
More
the
numb.
I feel like like obviously I don't know what the research source is, but I feel like there are a lot of generalization statements made about young people, generally about how they're unstable or how they're overly emotional, which I don't think applies to everybody. So I wouldn't say that I feel like young people are numb, but what I would also say, they are indifferent to stereotypes and social norms that exist in a lot of places. So, for example, workplaces. We've seen generations before being okay with how employers treat employees. And young people are indifferent to that. They don't want the same systemic norms to continue. They are okay with moving on. They're okay with questioning it. They're okay with challenging it. So maybe if we put that in the numb category, then sure, young people are numb to sort of the things that might happen if they question their bosses, or if they question, okay, I want a work-life balance, which, like I said, isn't a bad thing. And I also think depends on the circumstances, because not everybody can afford a work-life balance depending on their socio-economic status, gender, so much more, right? So I don't think young people are numb. I would just say they are indifferent in demanding what they feel is right.
That's very well said, actually. Um, okay, so coming on to my next question, we are also talking about innovation and new age of possibility. Now, when we talk about innovation, most of the times, as we are BW Business World, we talk about business, and innovation usually, ties with technology. In your respective fields, if I may ask individually, what does innovation mean to you, and what does it mean to your individual fields? If I start with you.
Okay. So, like, innovation is not just apps or algorithms. It's about creating like a real and long-lasting change. You know, it's not about going on and on about those numbers and everything. Innovation in my field, like for entrepreneurship, it's like the idea of creativity. It's finding more opportunities where people set limits. It's creating a lot of things about from a place where people don't see anything. It's about identifying the potential and stuff and using the right resources to avail it.
I think innovation is, of course, essentially the meaning of innovation, and a broader term for innovation is creation, right? For me, at a microscopic lens, it is how do we create at a microscopic lens as well. So is creation happening through the smaller, difficult conversations we're having? Is creation happening through maybe a youth-led campaign we lead? Is innovation happening through a conversation we are having digitally through a poster or a social media post? Innovation is essentially how do we create those smaller, again, actions, conversations, campaigns that would essentially build that ripple effect of change, right? Because again, when you link it to change, when you link it to social impact, innovation goes beyond tech. It goes much beyond creation as well. It goes beyond to the space of how do I create that small moment that then leads to a ripple effect that ultimately creates the change and impact that we're looking at. And that could be very small. That could be something as simple as a conversation, like I said. It could be something as major as changing a mindset or breaking a stigma. And it could be something as massive as leading a digital campaign as well. So I think it depends on what you're hoping to do through it, but essentially the core of it through the lens of social impact is how do I build that triple effect of change?
Yeah, Harshita?
I'd like to answer this with an analogy.
Please do.
So I recently actually gave a TEDx talk similar to this. So this is something that's quite close to me. And I was talking about how if you look at people, and thus if you look at systems, because systems are created by people, then you can draw an analogy between the both of them, right? They're both pretty imperfect because we're imperfect, and that's completely all right. But that's where there's a lot of beauty in it, right? Like if you bring in all of these imperfections together, but you take in like a self-introspective lens to it, you essentially build something which is a kaleidoscope, which is composed of like all the people you've met, the experiences you've had, the things that you've seen, the memories you've made, and all of that. So if people are walking kaleidoscopes and systems are walking kaleidoscopes, but because you have a kaleidoscope, it means that each time you shift your lens, you shift and get a different perspective, but you also get a different pattern. And I feel like if you broaden that to even like the changes that we want to see today, it means there's no one way to solve a problem. And it means there's also no right way to solve a problem, because it is multifaceted, just like the kaleidoscope. And it means that our solutions must be multifaceted. It's not just about employing an intersectional lens. It means that sometimes you need to look at it from a different perspective, give it a different solution to that problem, which might result in a new problem, but that also has a different solution. And so you keep innovating, you keep turning the lens, you keep changing that perspective, that mindset, and you keep sharing that with others until everybody has their own kaleidoscopes that they're using to create that change. And for me, I think that's the best example of innovation.
That's very wonderfully explained.
I think I'm going to share about how we do our work to sort of mention how innovation and technology, while hand in hand, sometimes can mean very different things. And I'll speak a little bit in Hindi as well. We work on ground with a lot of adolescents, men and boys included. और हमारा बहुत सारा काम is around menstruation and periods, something that has existed from time immemorial. But the thing is, in a lot of ways and in a lot of senses, society still thinks of periods in a certain life. लड़के ऐसे ही सोचते हैं. When I was in school, a lot of people would get bullied for whatever reason, right? Because stigma begins from curiosity when you don't answer questions at a younger age. So our goal has always been to include men and boys in this conversation. So innovation for us is not always ki, okay, how many people can we fit in a room? How many pads can we distribute? Innovation is कि आप उस कमरे से जब step out करो after talking to all of the men and boys or women or girls, they still think the way that you've sort of helped them reach that stage. They don't go back to square zero or step zero, right? So we have to make sure that our approaches are relatable but also empathetic, and also making sure कि mindset बदल रहा है लोगों का. सिर्फ आपकी impact numbers stick नहीं हो रहे. You're not just reaching out to, oh my God, I've reached out to 10,000 people, I've sort of trained 10,000 young people. It's about अगर आपके उस कमरे से निकलने के बाद 5 लड़के भी घर पे period शब्द बेझिझक यूज कर सकते हैं. They can be there for their mothers, their sisters. They can go and buy sanitary napkins. That I think is innovation and impact together. So for me, innovation is impact.
I really hope it goes a long way. I really do. Smita?
Right. When I come to my field, where it's a B2C brand, and I can say my brand has innovated in understanding जो ancient wellness था. Let's say, अब आप लोग भी use करते होगे. Let's say आप you go and नानी दादियों के जो नुस्खे होते थे. That let's say you want to, if you have some hair fall, she would give you some oil to put or something of that sort.
Onion.
Choose one essentials. So yeah, our brand has this ability on turning ancient visionary into a modern wellness brand, and how technology is not the only possibility, and how little things, when we keep in mind while building a brand, little things, when we had about 1,000 odd people before starting this brand, we gave samples to everybody. They gave us our feedback, they gave us their solutions, their what should be changed, and that is how we innovated, I feel.
Okay, that's nice. Harshita, let's start with you on this. Dr. Harshita, actually. What is the biggest challenge that you face as a young individual when you bring out new ideas? Because as we were talking also previously, that there are challenges. What would be that one challenge that is just really you scrutinized it and like, why? And then you overcame it?
I think one of the keynote speakers today also spoke about it, but it's the fact that everything is so digitalized right now. So everything is like micro scrutinized. Anything that you say can be, if taken out of context, can be extremely disastrous. But also, because everything is online, there's so much of information and misinformation that's out there. You feel like you're always living under a video lens, that every moment has to be something that's viral, that everything that you say has to somehow be very perfectly said, making sure it's in relation to like all the circumstances. So as a change maker, sometimes I really wonder if what I'm saying comes from a very human rights approach or an intersectional approach, or the things that I want to talk about, right? Like health and well-being. Like, am I speaking on behalf of someone, or am I speaking from my lived experience? Because I don't want to be someone who speaks on behalf of someone and then ends up becoming someone who youth washes or tokenizes or does any of that. And because I'm under this lens and I'm also someone who speaks on a lot of public platforms, that scrutiny becomes a lot more difficult to deal with at times.
Okay. Sarim, being in your teens, giving out new ideas, what challenges do you face, especially as a, budding, growing individual? What challenges are you, and how do you overcome it?
Okay. So personally for me and quite a few out there, the main challenge we face is about being taken seriously. Of course, whenever you introduce a new idea into the market, of course, it will be open to quite a few questions, criticism, doubts, and so much more. But the best way to overcome this is by putting your ideas into action. And this can only be done by staying consistent. And a very important part is finding a good mentor you trust in. And finding a good mentor can lead you to so many beautiful things. And let the impact do the talking, because the haters will only be silenced when they see the result of the impact.
Okay, Palak, your biggest challenge?
I think it's more or less been covered, but I would say that I think the age bias, right? I think that's one of the major challenges, because oftentimes when you are the youngest person in the room, for example, or you're young, right? When there is an age kind of tag attached to it, a lot of people will take your ideas a bit more lightly, because there's often a bias that age is equal to experience. And I wouldn't say this is a bias that exists everywhere, it's a relative bias. Like your ideas would be relatively less serious because of the age tag attached to it. I think that is one major bias that exists. And since I mean, I often mention this to a lot of young people and again, fellow change makers as well, that you can switch that very easily, because if age is considered maybe a disadvantage, it can be your biggest advantage as well. It's the way that you utilize it. It is the way that you say, yes, I'm the youngest person in the room, and that is why I bring fresher perspectives. And I'm happy to, collaborate, learn, get that right mentorship, and carve out that idea with you, so that again the age thing gets eliminated. Instead, it is a collaborative, co-created solution.
You're focused a lot on co-created. I really like that. Neera?
I'll just add, because almost have spoken. I feel every Gen Z has the same problem. Every Gen Z has the same problem. My problem is being taken seriously when people tend to, because my brand is such where not everybody has a knowledge about knowing what essential oil is. But I'll give you a fact, everybody. Anything that you use, let's say a toothpaste or a shampoo, has essential oil. So if you are using that, why not just use the essential oil? Why do you have to put chemicals on your head, on your foot, anywhere to essentially do that? So yeah, that was it. But a solution, what I thought was patience. Patience can get you somewhere. Patience, helping them understand, communicating, understanding, getting them to know, and also telling them, if somebody asks me, why should I use that? And I'm like, why not? Try it. Yes.
Awareness is something you've seen. Okay, Anya?
I think because things are changing, young people have started getting a chair on the table. But problem ये है कि वो chair बहुत unequal है. 4-5 इंच छोटी होती है बाकी सब लोगों से. So while they call you, they invite you, they want to hear what you are saying. What often ends up happening is it's just a tokenistic representation. And I feel I don't think I have a solution for it, to be fairly honest, right? Because all of them talked about, oh, it's an age thing, it's an experience thing, and all of those things do exist. But I feel like only when there is intergenerational support, when older people or more experienced people start taking young people more seriously, is when it will change. So we just don't need a seat on the table, we need an equal seat on the table.
Thank you so much, all of you.
Can I ask a question before you wrap up?
Yes.
Say no, me first. So your appraisal for this year is done. I want you to be real. I myself believe in process of revenge mentoring some of you. Because Ashish Birgi, you know Birgi, right? That's how you got connected to me. I met him when he was 17, 18. He's among my close friends. Age is a different thing. I want you to be real about it. I want to ask you, why is fame? Why do you talk about, why is fame so important to you? Why is fame so important to you? What is more important, impact? If, of course, you could always say fame leads to impact and all. But, oh, I just did a TED talk. Like, my joke is, except my driver and cook, everybody's done one. Okay. I'm not ill. I'm just saying, why is fame so important?
I think I'll reverse your statement. I think impact also leads to fame, and I think everybody looks at fame very differently. हाँ, young लोगों का एक problem ज़रूर है that they want a lot of space online, they want to be featured, they want all of that. पर मुझे लगता है that a lot of times those are the spaces that they can take over and let others know that this is the work that we're doing. Because otherwise हमें वैसे ही कोई seriously नहीं लेता. But yes, I agree.
That's not true. I think
Yeah.
I have learned, like when I meet young people, they have a totally different, they're starting a new idea. I don't understand, but these days I know that it may well work out just because I don't understand or I think differently. So I think being young is an advantage, especially in a tech-enabled world and entrepreneurship. So I don't think the people that don't take it seriously possibly are missing out.
Yeah, and I would just say that there's also a difference between fame and visibility. So maybe young people want more visibility, but of course, not all young people are the same, like you said. So somebody can run behind whatever toxic sector, but I think for some of us, we believe that impact will lead to fame and visibility.
Are you worried about your age? सारे में आपकी age ठीक है? ऐसे लगता है आप 30 साल के हो सब 35. You guys are really wise. I mean, to hold attention and so very, very happy to meet all of you.
Thank you. Thanks. Let Harshita.
Okay.
Is it all right if I? All right. Just wanted to add about what Anya was talking about, like the difference between fame and visibility, and the TEDx talk as well. When I come from a family of doctors, my mother is a doctor, my uncle is a doctor. So I've fairly been around doctors my entire life. And when I decided that I want to be a doctor, I was 4 years old. And for me, when I thought about being a doctor, I was like, this is the best way to serve society. And I can't imagine there's any other profession that could give me as much joy. So I became a doctor. But because I was surrounded by this entire doctor fraternity, I thought that, okay, my path is set. It's MBBS, then MS, then if I want to do MCH, then it's MCH, or whatever, DM. And then if I want to do fellowships, then it's fellowships. And then whatever it is that I wanted to create as social impact, it happens then. But I was very fortunate that COVID struck when it struck, because I was bored out of my mind at that point. And I decided that I'm going to explore what other options I can do as a young person, but as a young person in health who loves health so much that it pains her every single time she sees a preventable disease and people dying there. That it pains her so much that even the basic things like hand wash, nutrition, menstruation can't reach the last mile population because people aren't aware. And doctors don't know how to reach that last mile. We at a government hospital are seeing 100 patients per day. 100 plus patients, now you multiply that across the number of people who work across different departments. So more than 1,000 people, but still India's healthcare is not reaching the people who most need it. But when I joined these organizations, I realized that as a young health person, I don't have to have a degree to talk about the very basics and tell people, hey, you need to lead a healthy lifestyle. I don't need to have a degree to go out and say climate change is affecting my health. Take Delhi's air pollution, for example, and my asthma. I realized that I don't need a degree to go and say that eating pesticides in food and eating fast food is going to result in obesity. That is something that I can do. And that is why, for me, visibility meant that it was giving my peers a chance to see that there's a whole world out there that is outside of your degree and reaching the last mile population. There are 100 ways to do that. It's not just by getting your degree, it's about you being innovative and finding different solutions to it.
Thank you. And I want a very short answer. Give me one of your role model and why you look up to him or her. Each one of you.
I'll start. My role model is my dad. My dad, I've seen him being from going door to door services, selling credit cards, and then being at the highest level position of being an MD. So I have seen him growing. I've seen how he's worked. I've seen him growing in terms of seeing how he used to go on sales call, how he used to go and meet so many clients. And even today, for that matter, in my brand, he's helped us in understanding sales. He helps me grow. So yeah, my dad.
I feel like mine is also going to be a cliche answer, but it's my mom for me. She's a single parent. I lost my father when I was a year old, and my sister. So all credit goes to her कि उन्होंने मुझे इतना काबिल बनाया कि आज मैं यहाँ हूँ आप सबके सामने, and other things that I get to do. She never stopped me or asked me to do things differently. So yeah, for me, it's going to be her.
For me, it would be my mother and my maternal grandmother. They've been a source of resilience, support, and a lot of patience with a lot of my learnings and unlearnings. And I hope that one day I can embody some of the core values that they embody as a person.
I love that we're mentioning family. For me as well, my mom. I think everything that I've learned is because of her, is through her, and everything that we also talk about deeply, like, just carves out every thought that I actually have. So, my mom.
For me as well, it'll be my mother because she has she has really taught me everything I know, honestly, and that's the same for everybody. She inspired me to getting into entrepreneurship. She taught me how to hold the public. She taught me how to sell myself. So everything that I've achieved out of my venture is all because of my mother, and I really admire that she's quite hardworking. She does not let all the mental constraints she faces to affect her work, and I really respect her.
Thanks everyone. I mean, honestly, we say 40 is the new 20, but I'll say 20 is the new 40. The way they spoke, I mean,
20
all
is the new 40, yeah?
I mean, look at the maturity. I mean, I couldn't believe these are youngsters who are talking about it,
Anya, I don't know you well. Just you, Palak, come across so, with so much conviction, right? In whatever you're saying and so much authenticity.
No, I think my lens has changed towards youngsters. I think they're bringing so much to the table. But thank you so much for sharing your stories, and we will look forward to celebrating all of you later on. There's
20-minute lunch break, and then we
yes,
come
the
back.
favorite lunch break, and
then
then we'll assemble.
two
Yeah,
sessions. We have Jasbir Jassi, we have
Mr. Kartikeya Sharma, he's gonna
and
be
we
here.
have Mr. Deep Bajaj, and
Yes,
we have
yes,
one more lady.
yes. We have Mr. Deep Bajaj, and we have Dr. Shelly Batra.
Yeah.
So I look forward to seeing you after 40 minutes. Good afternoon. Can I request everyone to settle down? We're starting with the next session. Requesting everyone to settle down, please. Our young friends here, can we all settle down? We're starting our next panel. All right. Okay. Fine. I hope you guys had a wonderful time, a good break, and let's go on to our next session. We have Dr. Shelly Batra, CEO at Every Infant Matters, TEDx speaker, head of department at Batra Hospital and Medical Research Center, Schwab Foundation social entrepreneur selected by the World Economic Forum. She will be speaking on from operating room to dust tracks. She does a lot of grassroots work. My change-making journey, that's a topic. I would request Dr. Batra, Dr. Shelly Batra to join us here. All right.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is not a lecture, it's a conversation. So I'm going to ask for a cup of tea and make myself comfortable. And I think everyone else is also comfortable. Now, the topic for today is, you're a doctor. How did you end up being a social entrepreneur? I will talk of that. I will also talk of the dangers and pitfalls of what you do when you become a change maker. And I don't want it to be a lecture, so please raise your hands. Feel free to interrupt me and ask questions. In 1977, I left my school, La Martiniere. I joined King George's Medical College. I love operating. And when I was operating, I loved my work. I was in a government hospital in Delhi, All India Institute of Medical Sciences. And then in 1990, you know what happens in AIMS? You get picked up by the best private hospitals, that you come and you start work here. And when I joined this private hospital, I realized that the poor are not welcome. If there's a lady wearing a shabby sari, smelling a bit dirty, the marketing people will go and say, can you afford treatment here? Why are you here? There was a very subtle discrimination. Should I say not so subtle discrimination? So I went to these women and I found out they are from the surrounding slums. Any nice building in Delhi has got slums clinging to the backside. You go to the WHO building, you go anywhere, little shanties clinging cheek by jowl with the big building. So I moved into the slums to ask people, what do you need? I'm a doctor. I used to be mobbed. I used to take crates, big cartons of medicines, and a prescription pad, sit on a charpai and treat patients. So far, so good. And then I realized I must incorporate an organization and do it on a formal setting. That was the time I started my first NGO. And it was very successful. We were the biggest TB treatment NGO in India and the third largest in the world. Yeah, thank you for the clapping. But now listen to the pitfalls of being a social entrepreneur. We sometimes take people at their face value. We don't see the duplicity, we don't see the mask. The CEO who was working with me, one day, 15 years after establishing the organization, the accounts people come and tell me, ma'am, so many crores have been siphoned away by the CEO, transferred to shell companies, every IT violation done, transferred to countries abroad, transferred to his son, aunt, nephew, everybody. And I got the shock of my life because I had invested 15 years of my medical expertise and experience doing fundraising, doing lectures abroad, doing everything. I got such a terrible shock. I thought I'll never recover. Well, the US board told me you go and fight a case against him and let the organization stop its work and all the rest of it. But imagine what a setback it was. I thought I will collapse. It's like you bringing up a child, and after 15 years, you find your child is a terrorist or a murderer. How would you feel? And then, of course, the legal process and the heartbreak and all the rest of it. But I thought, why should I stop my work? And I moved on to another organization called Every Infant Matters. This was started by another doctor, my daughter Radhika, who's a pediatrician. Now I'll tell you her story. I'll take a 1-second break, and if there are any comments or questions, I will take those. Okay, so I'll go on with Radhika's story. So she's in Delhi. She was working in Ghaziabad in a government hospital. And one day there's a mother with a little 4-year-old girl. The girl had pneumonitis. Normally, pneumonia babies are collapsing. They're like this. And this 4-year-old girl was screaming, hitting her mother, pulling the mother's hair. And the mother said, doctor, the mother was distraught. Doctor, give her some comfort, but let her die. Has anyone ever heard a mother say that about a sick child? Let her die. And then Radhika explored a bit more, examined a bit more, and then she realized the child was completely blind, and she had become blind just a few months ago. This was permanent blindness due to vitamin A deficiency, something that could have been treated by 2 drops of vitamin A that cost 20 rupees. This was a revelation. There are 200 million children in the world. There is no NGO really focused on this. Let me start work on this. This is how Every Infant Matters was established. And I joined her as its, volunteer CEO. And I haven't looked back since then. So we are doing a lot of work in this domain. We have a holistic health approach. We don't just give vitamin A, though we've given vitamin A to 7.5 lakh children in the remotest parts of India. District Kargil, Indo-Pakistan border, Indo-Bhutan border, then the northeast states, in the deserts of Rajasthan. We are there everywhere. But how do you prevent it? You have to address maternal health. So we have a holistic health project where we train government ASHA workers, we hire and train local people as community health workers, and they go door to door, they go to the Mandir Masjid, Gurudwara, they work with social religious leaders, and they do proper antenatal care, and they do hemoglobin testing to prevent anemia. Because anemic teenager, anemic mother, low birth weight baby leads to vitamin A deficiency, blindness, and even deaths. Half of the blind children they die within a few months. Now the project is very good, but there have been challenges. Luckily, we've been fine as far as finances. So what I want to tell all of you is, that I'm not saying be suspicious, but be on your guard. There are wolves in sheep's clothing all around you. So be on your guard and verify everything. And now I'm so careful in my daughter's organization, Every Infant Matters, we don't even take funds from a donor unless we know what the funds are all about and what the donor is all about. So don't get tempted. Another thing that happens is there's a lot of, should I say, shady deals going on. People will say, we'll give you so much money, you give us so much money under the table. And that is a very big trap. If you fall into it, you can't escape. Because if you want to give money under the table, you're fudging your accounts. Nothing is more important than transparency and accountability. In the NGO world, honesty is the only policy, not the best policy. There is a saying, Caesar's wife has to be above suspicion. So better to do things honestly and to be above suspicion. I'll take a little break here and have a sip of tea. And it's a conversation. I don't see any conversation from the other part of the hall.
Ms. Batra, you sound
Yes.
very convincing, and I met you after a decade. Now, you were right when you say that, transparency and honesty matter. And I'm not a cynical person by any chance. I'm always optimistic. But the NGO world is not particularly the best example for integrity. And I don't want to paint everyone with the same brush. I don't like generalizing. Is it possible to survive without scumming? Because you know how the grants come, how there are middlemen who will promise. So how do you survive? Tell us the good side of how you survived.
Very interesting question. How do you survive? Now I'll tell you. When I started the NGO, my medical colleagues in the hospital came to me and they said, some of them said, are you insane? You're starting an NGO. How much money do you want? Because the perception was you start an NGO to make illegal money. And the other people said, why are you starting an NGO? What's wrong with your medical practice? But the first point stayed with me. The perception was, and even my own family members and friends said, don't take this route. People will think you are corrupt. So if you try and say, oh, you're pure as driven snow, nobody's going to believe you. At the same time, there are ways and means of doing things in a clean way. And one of them is when you take funds, either you go directly to the corporates and take CSR funds, or to people who have businesses who want to do good, and your personal network matters a lot. The second way is, and this is accepted by every chartered accountant, is to hire a fundraising consultant, prepare an agreement, offer him a service fee that is acceptable and that is not a bribe. Now, if you offer 30%, 40%, 70%, it's obviously money under the table. But if you say, you are working for my organization, this is your appointment letter, we will give you, say, 10% or 8% or something like that as a success fee, provided you work for us and raise funds. Give the money by check. Let everything be accounted for. No one can point fingers at you. This is what I have observed. And this is what I have been doing. I have a few fundraising consultants, and I do pay them 8%. Anurag, your thought? Yes.
Hi, Dr. Batra. We are a very, very small NGO. I started just last year. And the work that I do, I don't know if you were there when I was speaking, but we work on men's issues. This is not an area which any CSR would like to, give funds to, because
Beg your pardon, which issues?
we work for men who are under distress. We work with men who are under distress. We counsel them. We help them on ground. My organization is called Ekam Nyaya Foundation. I delivered an address earlier in the session. My question to you is, so we rely heavily on just putting out our details of our NGO and then people contributing to it. So the donations that come through Razorpay, we are still able to track and have details of.
but there are a lot of people who directly donate through UPI as well, and it is impossible. It is now becoming impossible for us to document them. Like people donate 10 rupees also and 100 rupees also. So it's practically not possible for us to go out to each and every donor and get every detail of them. So is it mandatory or can this, as long as there is a transaction through bank, it is okay?
Yeah, so there are 2 points here. Number one is no one's interested in your cause. I can understand how you feel about it. Because see, it's like an NGO and CSR, it's like matchmaking, it's like a marriage. There has to be a common vision, a common vision. If I marry a guy and he says, I don't want kids, and I say, I want 5 kids, okay, the marriage is over. So it'll be very difficult for you to find people to donate for your cause. The reason is that by and large, CSR funds go for the usual health, education, climate, construction of this, that, and the other. And no one is particularly bothered. So you've taken up a very, very challenging cause. I congratulate you on your courage. Really admire you, and I admire your work. Now, coming to small donations. My chartered accountant told me long time back that if you get small amount, 10 rupees, 20 rupees, there is a provision, and I will have to confirm this and I will do it for you, that a certain amount of money can come through small donations, and you don't have to take their details. For every donation, the government will want the name, address, and PAN number of the donor. But for small donations up to a certain amount, I have forgotten the amount, whether it's 50,000 or a lakh, but I know a small amount of donation can be collected by Razorpay or UPI, the way you talk about it. So there should be no problem, but please find out the exact amount. And another thing is that if there is a criminal giving you 10 rupees, it's not going to make any difference. But a criminal giving you lakhs, then your NGO will shut down. You don't want to deal with antisocial, anti-national elements. Complete details and figure out who's your donor. With CSR, it's very easy. Everything is there. But sometimes individuals say, I know you through so-and-so, I have this business. Tell your chartered accountant to find out. And if the business is fair and above board, take the money. You're the one doing good. How do you do good without money? I'm not one of those foolish women who say money doesn't matter. Money matters a lot. You can't do without money. Whether you are running a business or you're running an NGO, and an NGO can collapse for want of ready funds. And this is one more thing I want to tell you. I faced it myself. 2 times in the past 10 years, I've had to put my own money to pay salaries because the donor funds, the next tranche didn't come. Board meeting hui nahi. They've committed, they've said, yeah, we are sending. Funds are 2 months late. Who's going to pay the salary? Who's going to pay for implementation? You can't shut down. So these are the challenges. Yeah. Any other question? Yes, sir. And before we start, I'll request another cup of tea because my tea was stone cold when it came to me and I'm not happy with it. So requesting one more cup. Haji, sir. You.
What
Yes.
difference did you find between your profession, that was gynecology, and your passion, which is this great thing you are doing, a noble thing you are doing?
So there is a lot of overlap. Now, when you're a doctor, you're treating one patient. I do a hysterectomy for one patient who's severely anemic and pouring blood. It's very important for her. In public health, we are dealing with the population. So the focus is the entire population. Now, 3 years back, we started work in District Kargil. It's the most challenging area in the country. The temperature is minus 60 degrees. This much snow, waist deep snow. Health workers walk through that. Wonderful. Let's have a round of applause for the major. Great. We need people like you. And I want to tell you that the army is a great support to us over there. In fact, my regional director for Kargil is a lady, Shikha Tikku, wife of a major, Major Nikhil Pargal. So, and the army helps us with movement, with permissions, and everything. Now, the question is, how does your main profession help you here? Being a gynecologist, I know that anemia is very, very important to treat. The government has this Anemia Mukt Bharat program. How do you treat anemia in a place where 125 doctors' posts are lying vacant, There are only 6 doctors, and in the winter months, half of them are on leave. Kargil is divided into 7 blocks. Block Dras, you might have heard of Dras in Batalik, where the Kargil war took place. Dras has 1 block medical officer who lives in Srinagar. There is no quack, there's no Ayurveda, homeopathy guy, there's no medical shop, chemist ki dukaan to get medicine. So my team of doctors is going there doing health camps, the mobile medical unit going from village to village and all the rest of it. And they carry with them the hemoglobinometer that does not require a blood sample. You put your finger on it, approved by the government and the council, Indian Council of Medical Research, to test the hemoglobin and get the treatment done, free medicines from the government. And then the gynae treatment, I'm training the ASHA workers how to examine a lady. And I'm proud to say, in the last 6 months, we had 100% tetanus coverage in Kargil. Thank you. And out of 929 deliveries, 928 delivered in a proper institution. Only 1 home delivery, and that is because it was a 4th baby and the baby just slid out. She couldn't be sent. So the results are going up very high because of my basic knowledge. And I think I've talked enough about my work. And thank you, everyone. If there are any questions.
We can take them offline now,
take
no
later,
problem. But thank you so much for this wonderful session. Can we get one more chair here, please? एक और chair चाहिए यहाँ पे. And our next session, a round of applause for ma'am, please. And our next session is Unleashing Potential, the Transformative Power of Entrepreneurship. And we have Mr. Deep Bajaj, refounder and entrepreneur, Sirona Hygiene. He'll do a fireside chat with me. And here we are. Can I get one more mic, please? One more. All right. We have 15 minutes, and the last minute change in the format that we'll do a conversation rather than this, and that's actually very interesting. So this is meant for the youngsters, the next gen of disruptors, and you're the one who have already done it, and you're doing it still. Tell me, when we talk about unleashing potential, what exactly, I mean, how do you define that? How can youngsters relate to it, according to you?
You know, after lunch, it's the most difficult session to keep people awake. So I'm sorry, next 15 minutes, the ones who want to sleep can close your eyes, and I'm not going to judge anyone. So my name is Deep, and I run this startup which looks at solving unaddressed feminine hygiene issues. We look at issues that women face right from puberty to menopause. And we try to come up with products that are not there in the Indian, at least subcontinent. For example, for toilets, we made a product called Pee Buddy. Pee Buddy helps women stand in pee in unfriendly toilets so that, you know, they don't have, they can just avoid all the infections. So the whole thing about entrepreneurship for all this, for the young ones in the room, for me, it starts with why. Why are you doing what you're doing? What problem are you solving? So I think at the core of everything is this is the problem that I want to solve. And after that, we just find ways. And I think that in the simplest of terms, that's what entrepreneurship is all about. The problem and the route that I'll take to solve it.
But I mean, have we stayed the course the way entrepreneurship now works, the startup now works? I mean, have we kind of maintained it, or have we gone just valuations? There are some people out there, they were on the
How
panel
many young
before.
ones? I mean, all the, okay, now young is, after younger than Anurag sir, everybody will raise hands. How many are younger than Anurag sir in the room? Yeah, of course. The young at heart, right? They'll say. So, and how many of us want to have a startup? Let's say that when I'll grow up, when Anurag sir grows up, we'll have another startup. So the only thing we need to do, according to me, and that basic has not changed in the last hundreds of years, is articulating the problem that you feel very passionately about. If you see all the founders that you've met, all the guys who've solved some of the other problems, the thesis behind that is whose problem are you solving or what problem are you solving? It starts with that. और उसके बाद playbook बहुत आसान है. Because even if I get, I mean, all the kids on a table right now, and I get them to make a list of कि रोज की क्या problem आप लोग face करते हो. कई बार बस late हो जाती है, कई बार खाना ठंडा होता है. I mean, if I tell you, write all the problems that you face in the day, and then pinpoint one problem that irritates you the most. And then just do this exercise. They find the way in which you believe it can be solved. Now, it could be a very, very wild idea, but I kid you not, someday, one of you only will ensure that that startup is launched and it solves that problem. But if you ask me, a few things that are very important for a founder to keep in mind, or for a business is, 4 giveaways, if I can tell you, is any idea that you have, if you start working on it, give it at least 1,000 days. That's my first principle that I usually follow for any startup, for it to be successful. I have seen many, like ma'am was just talking about her NGO, and of course, incredible work. I follow your work. Most of the times we give up before the 1,000 days. किसी भी business को set करने के लिए कम से कम 3 साल लग जाते हैं. So we need 1,000 days. In the youngsters' perspective, I can say anything that you start has to have a deadline. Otherwise these projects just keep going on. Like in elders, like if I were to start something again, I will give myself 1,000 days before I say whether it has worked or not worked. In the case of young ones, if I were to say, agar kuch bhi dimag mein aaye, you want to write a book, you want to swim the English Channel, we should have a deadline that on this date, I will do it. And before that, I will make a plan to break it into smaller pieces and I'll achieve it. That's the first one that I think. And I think the second one, to keep it short, would be, I think too much of analysis paralysis kills a lot of great ideas. कई बार हमें लगता है यार कि ये बहुत अच्छा मेरे दिमाग में आइडिया है, but when I talk to 5 people, people will keep on pinpointing issues with that idea, and you don't go ahead with it. So I think the second thing that you can do is, your idea is like your baby, your project is like your baby, and you need to protect it, with whatever. It's like when you sow the seed in the soil, you have to protect it because it's attacked. So the second is to ensure that whatever you do, don't do too much analysis paralysis and go ahead and do it.
I'll ask you one question, then I want to bring in some people from here. What has been your biggest learning in building Sirona, making it so successful, so large? What have been your learnings?
I think the biggest one has been that if you're at it, you'll crack it. I think there is nothing more important than persistence. That's the single biggest lesson, because your circumstances will keep on changing. I had sold the company, I bought it back recently, and I think the basics are the same, that the nature of problems have changed a little, but fundamentals are the same. The biggest learning is, if you're at it, you'll crack it. Persistence. That's nothing trumps it.
Let me bring in some youngsters there. Anyone can ask questions. We still have 9 minutes, so I want to make it more conversational. Please, yes. Introduce yourself. You can just go on. There's a mic out there.
Hi, my name is Anya. I run my nonprofit. It's called Her Hak, and I work on gender as well and menstrual hygiene. I think the question that I have for you regarding feminine hygiene is that while we see newer innovations and companies coming up working on this, I still see last mile connectivity to be a big problem that not just companies, but the government also has to solve. For example, I see so many of the vending machines of Sirona at airports, etc. But for example, at Indian Railways, there was recently a case where they couldn't find a single sanitary napkin available in any of the washrooms or even in the medical kit, right? So how do we make sure that while innovation is happening, it's also happening at a more inclusive speed?
Ma'am, I think I will talk as a business that is for profit. I believe our way of looking at it is really simple here, that I don't think anybody from outside will come to help my business. So I start by saying that if my consumer is here, I need to find a way to make the products available. As of today, if you ask me, majority of our focus happens to be urban, tier 1, maximum tier 2 towns from the for-profit point of view. And we are following their journey to make our products available there. As far as our foundation is concerned, when we look at the foundation. What we do is we work with the underprivileged, and there also we try to say that nobody else from outside is going to come. So we take 1 rupee out of every Sirona product or Peabody product that we sell, and we give it to our foundation or a couple of other partners who we really like. But we work in one block. So my block, for example, is there's Kat Katha is an NGO that works with the trafficked sex workers. So with one of their projects, we said, yeah, let's get the entire GB Road pad free, sort of a thing we did. So for every business, I think the answer is going to be different. For me, the answer is let's be where your consumer is, and and let's stop expecting help from outside. So my projects with the government are almost next to none.
Yeah, any other question?
You know, the better entrepreneur or wife who runs a real business that makes money, or you? Is Rashi a better entrepreneur?
Wife is always right.
Your wife, I'm talking of.
Your wife, my wife, wife. Always right.
Rashidi.
Whether Rashidi makes money, Rashidi doesn't make money, Rashidi makes my life easier.
Okay.
As long
But
as
you invented this term refounder, right?
Gee.
Give us the story on that. I mean, I know the story, but
Of course. So journey is very simple. I started this business in 2015 with just one simple objective. Okay, I don't want Indian women, including my wife. By then we had our first daughter, who's also here today, to face these issues. So we made a list of problems that women face. And we started with toilets, we moved to menstrual hygiene, we moved to issues that they're facing around sexual hygiene, and we came up with products. We scaled the business to almost 150 odd crore revenue run rate. And I sold it for about 400 crores a couple of years ago. That's on founder phase. And early this year, we decided to buy the business back. So my team told me, we were just doing this नामकरण ceremony. तो बाकी सारे team member तो पुराने थे, because वो तो पिछले 10 साल से चला रहे हैं. मैं पिछले 1.5 साल बाहर था business बेचने के बाद. So I was the new joinee. So I was given the term कि अब you're not a founder anymore. Now you're a re-founder. So वहां से now the term re-founder came in. There's a friend, very, very dear friend who works with us. Anika, she named this there. Now you're the re-founder.
It caught my eye, in fact, when I did the story initially. You have a question? I have one question, quick question. So we're talking about Gen Z, Gen Alpha, but our startup story has been within our borders. It has never disrupted anything outside. We still don't have a product, and we still celebrate. We have a reason to celebrate. But how do we go beyond our borders? What do you think the Gen Z, Gen Alpha, the onus lies on that side now?
Yeah, I think, of course, these guys are, when I look at the younger lot today, they are so full of, I think they believe in chasing their dreams. And I think that's all that's required. हम लोग सोचते हैं अपने दायरे में रह के. मतलब मेरे केस के अंदर the maybe when I started, the only end goal was let me be able to provide for my family and solve a problem for my consumer. It stopped there. This generation today is limitless in the way they think. So it's just a matter of time when you'll see brands from India dominate the world, because now within India, there are so many brands which are doing, which are replacing the international brands. Whatever, clothes, shoes, whatever we wear have become Indian. So just a matter of time.
My final question, I want to acknowledge the presence of Karthika Sharma ji here, MP Rajya Sabha. Yeah, final question, yes.
Men, intimate hygiene?
We hate men.
I will hate you then.
No. From hygiene point of view, I love to say, I was raised with another boy, my younger brother, and we believe men are pig when it comes to hygiene. So I would love to do something someday, but right now we are focused on solving hygiene issues for women. I think they've been very, very kind to us, and I'd stay within that zip code.
Deep, you have known you for 18, 19 years, and I've seen your success. Give me a very honest answer. And you also invested as an angel investor in startups. What's your learning from them?
Sir, I think, and of course, there are now almost about 50 investments. I think my biggest learning is it is never about the idea. It's always about the founder. Always, barring none. You identify the right founders with right value systems. Upar jayega business, niche aayega business, they will see it through. A great idea in the hands of a wrong founder is a recipe for disaster. An average idea in the hands of a good founder will still find a good outcome. So my biggest learning is it's the people. It's always the people.
It's never the idea.
So really
Give
wonderful.
Mr. Deep Bajaj a big, are there many
Yeah,
questions?
no, that's it.
We have Mr. Kartikeya Sharma already here, so thank you.
Thank you
Deep.
so much,
Thank you.
everyone.
Huh? Yes, yes, yes. You can. This can be removed, and well, my other role starts here, and I want to invite Kartikeya Sharma ji, MP Rajya Sabha and Chairman ITV Group, to join us here and share a few words. Yeah.
It's from me, but it's okay.
Okay,
It's
I
okay.
just a few words, and then we get into the awards.
No, we had to get Mr. Somesh Sharma to speak before it. You clearly didn't read my text, but that's okay.
No, I can wait.
Yes,
Somesh
Sharma.
Sharma can-
No, I had to
No, it's
introduce you
okay.
formally. Yes, anyway. I just, before Mr. Sharma speaks, when we did this in the first year, it was done as a partnership with NewsX. He was here and I was in the background for various reasons. And I'm glad in the second year we're doing, he's our chief guest giving away the awards. And I must tell you, when we talk of youth, he became a member of parliament at a very young age. And I met him when he was 28, and I've seen his rise, and I say behind his back Naval is there that Kartikeya ji is very, very wise. Of course, he comes from a very, storied family. He has the right lineage, but still to be having a very calm head on your shoulders, and he straddled the worlds of politics, media, and entrepreneurship. I don't think there could have been anybody better than Kartikeya ji to give away the awards. I can only say that his best is yet to come. I'll not say more.
Thank
Over
you.
to you, Kartikeya.
Thank you, Dr. Bhatta. You're
And
always
Mr.
very
Somesh
kind.
Sharma,
Thank
you
you.
had to speak. Rohel cut it, so you have a bone to pick with Rohel. Huh?
So namaskar to all of you. It's a real pleasure and honor to be here. Like it's always for any of the initiatives by Businessworld or Exchange for Media, and very old friends, and I'd say more than friends, Naval and Dr. Anurag Batra here, and all of you. It's a privilege to join you for the Gen Z and Gen Alpha ChangeMakers 2.0. I had the privilege of being a part of it in the first one as well. So it was something that truly is close to my heart as well. And I want to congratulate the Business World team for creating a platform which is just not based on innovation, but also intent, which is extremely important. And this is more than an award ceremony. It's a reflection of a generation, how they dare to go explore and see what impact they want to make. Because see, we are living in a very different point in time in the world today where AI is evolving and faster than we can think or comprehend, perhaps. And I think what is more important is not the pursuit of knowledge, but a purpose with that knowledge which takes it, compassion that takes it, and the intent that makes it actually a solution for not only the people who invent it, but also for the consumers. So I think that's the most important point. AI is on a bandwagon and an evolutionary trajectory which will not stop or hold for anyone. But we as either as lawmakers or civil society must have a role to play in terms of what direction we are going, how we are going about it, and how things will change and evolve. I'm not going to bore you with a long speech, but I'll just share one or two personal experiences with you. So I sit on the IT committee, and which is largely comprised of the standing committee of both the houses of the parliament, which legislates on the future. And since your event is about change makers and how to bring about change and break the status quo, I definitely want to talk about two examples that I've personally taken away from this process of change and imbibed them. And I think I'll just mention it because it's an app platform. So we organized Next as a platform on in March this year. It was inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister. We had former heads of states, we had former NSAs, we had technology heads, we had physicists like Professor Brian Greene, we had Brian Cox, we had futurists like Alec Ross, we had Russian cosmonauts, NASA astronauts, Chinese taikonauts, and the entire space startup industry converging in one location. And Next was basically a platform which is very different in concept and ambition It is something which is talking about innovation and change. Therefore, I mention it. It is about next in AI, next in quantum computing, next in mobility, next in power, what the future holds and how it will evolve. And something good came out of it. I met with a gentleman, Professor Jonathan Fleming, who is a professor at MIT, mainly dabbles into medical research and lead solutions. And then on top of that is a billionaire as well, although he loves teaching at MIT still. And he came up with a new technology, which was an add-on device to your smartphone, an AI-led technology, which is being used to study cervical cancer and scan that for women, and hardly costs about $150. So I got inspired from there and started looking at what were the technologies that will impact humanity in a way which it hasn't happened in the last 100 years or even longer. And we realized that there were physical limitations, but AI has become an enabler. And one of the biggest problems that even the Honorable Prime Minister recently spoke about is the health of women, and especially in rural India, things like breast cancer, cervical cancer. And while my team was working on it and researching, we came up with the Made in India AI-based technologies, which have given you solutions which were not there maybe 6 months or a year ago also. And these are USFDA approved and approved by all other agencies as well. So we embarked on a journey just recently on the Prime Minister's birthday, on his 70th birthday, 75th birthday, where we took upon ourselves to create the world's largest breast cancer screening program, starting off with screening of 75,000 women, because the rate of detection of cancer is about 2% in India and breast cancer is about 1%. And especially in the rural parts of India where women are uneducated, unaware, and there's also a social dogma that sort of inhibits them. So this technology is based out of India. It's manufactured in Goa. We found out the company, we spoke to them, and we scaled them up. Now we've taken it to, we launched 9 ambulances, doing 1 village every day per ambulance, which is like 9 villages a day. And we are now hopefully going to expand it to about 25 ambulances. And with this, what started off with 75,000 women, now we are going to take it to Pan Haryana. Each and every village and each and every woman in every rural part of the state would be scanned. And you know what? It's something which is a real enabler, and that's where the intent and purpose comes in. So I wanted to share this with you. A similar thing we've started is called Gyan Ganga Kendras, which is teaching prompt engineering to teaching prompt engineering in rural parts of the country, and especially in Haryana is where we've started. So the idea is always what you can do and what you can make of it. I think that is the best thing, and I think all those people who are winning an award here truly deserve it. And it's not only the award, it's also the recognition that comes with it. The recognition of your hard work, that you are getting to a point and that someone has taken the cudgels to recognize that what you have done and you've made an effort, you've made a difference. So, it's the easiest thing is to, for example, create a marketplace and sell something. I think change makers should also think about innovation and underlying opportunities that help society, because those are also opportunities. It's no different from a Uber or a Airbnb, identifying what is the underlying asset, what is the opportunity, how do you unlock the value in that proposition, and that's exactly what you're doing. So I will strongly urge, and while I congratulate you that you've achieved a real milestone, and everyone who has been awarded here today, wish you the very best of luck. And these awards count. They make a huge difference. Not only do they bring a smile to your face, but they give you the encouragement to keep on going and striving to go forward in life and actually set new goals and milestones for yourself. Thank you very much once again for taking this opportunity and inviting me. It's a real pleasure and honor. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma, for sharing these wonderful words. And now is the time to get into celebrating our young Gen Z and Gen Alpha change makers at this event today. And before we get into that, I would like to invite on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Businessworld, and Founder, Exchange for Media, to share a few words.
Good afternoon. We're absolutely on time. Rajat, why don't you sit down? I know you come from the US. Uh, you're more relaxed there. There's no Donald Trump here, so you can sit down, right? But on a serious note, good afternoon. Mr. Karthik Sharma studied at the King's College, London, joined his family business, and all the initiatives that he's been involved with have grown. As I said, he's a unique person who understands entrepreneurship, which runs in his genes, politics, which also runs in his genes, and media business that he created. Next was an idea that he nurtured for a long time, and he finally executed at a scale that we saw. Uh, Today we are doing the second edition of the Zen Z and Zen Alpha ChangeMakers. In the day we had fantastic speakers. I know today is a Choti Diwali, so happy Choti Diwali to all of you. Your attention is the biggest gift anyone can get. And I only wanted to show one slide to all the winners today. They're in the room. I have your attention. I hope you're looking at me and listening to me and not your screen. And I said, this is the guy I follow every day. His name is Scott D. Clary, and his quotes are really resonate with me. And this is something he posted yesterday. He said, "You don't achieve a lot or are not able to achieve your dreams because you're in a constant state of partial attention. Never fully here, never fully there, always partially somewhere else. That's not presence. That's absence. Be fully where you are. When you work, work completely. When you are with people, be there completely. Partial attention is wasted attention." And I thought if I had to say one thing to everybody in this room, including myself, because I'm young, that would be it. Because when I have my phone with me, Shiv, I'm very different. Bharat, I'm very different than when I don't have my phone. So I would only say that whatever you do, give it your best, be fully in it. And multitasking is not a good thing. When I was younger, I used to do that. I'm not a big fan of it. Why do we do these awards? There are logical reasons and there are illogical reasons, but I'll give you the logical reasons. Illogical reasons we'll leave. I like to be honest. I think the future of the country is in these rooms. It seems like a very big statement, but it's true. I want to tell you, we do a lot of awards. My partner Naval is here. In exchange for media, me, Naval started it together with a third friend. And in Businessworld, and I'm never on the back foot. One, we do awards through the right process. Second, we are an editorial product, so we inherently know how to do awards, how to pick the right winners. Even if the process is sometimes crunched, sometimes through jury process. In a world where everybody puts so much pressure on you, your parents, you yourself, the society, the social media, to excel, to look good, if we can give an award that can give you encouragement, then we are happy. Second, my personal story. I lost my mother exactly almost a year back, 25th October. And I go to my dad. I went day before yesterday to see my dad, and I went to Rohtak to see my mama and to see my bua's son. And I crossed the place where I first went with my older sister. She's 4 years older. It's near the bus terminus in Gurgaon. It's a government school. And I remember the story. That was the first award I was kind of. My older sister was going to join a painting competition. My parents took, I think I was 4 years old, and my sister was 8 years old. She's 4 years older to me, a little more than 4 years older to me. And I drew a mouse, and I got the second prize. I didn't go to participate in I didn't go. My parents just, or somebody, my sister possibly gave me, I don't remember. And I won it. And, my parents were so happy. And I think they gave me extra pocket money. That's the story I've heard. So on. So awards through a right organization, through the right platforms, through the right intent, as Mr. Sharma said, that awards are about celebrating both innovation and intent. If most of you, all of you, or some of you, after receiving that awards, are able to pursue your dreams, are able to make an impact. I heard some of the young change makers who are getting awarded. I felt, I didn't have my phone. I was fully in the conversation. I rarely sit in a conference. I'm more worried about the next conference. And that's not a joke, right? But today I sat through every speaker. Some I've known for a while, but I discovered, Deepika, the work you do is outstanding. It's life-changing, truly. And Karthik Jay, you must meet, because She's from Haryana, her father's from Haryana, and she works for men's causes. So false rape, false dowry, and she's doing exceptional life-changing work. And because I've worked with her, she's extremely, me and Nawal have worked with her, extremely honest. So really, I want to end by saying to all the winners that the the top of one mountain is the bottom of the next. So keep climbing. You're doing good work. Some of your students, some of you are graduates who have enterprises and you've got an early success. But the bottom of one mountain is the top of the other mountain. So you're at the top, but you're at the bottom. So you got to keep climbing. The heartthrob of the nation, the anti-aging man, Jasveer Jassi ji, the singer, entertainer, musician is here. You can give him a big round of applause. आ जाओ जसी जी ਇੱਥੇ कार्तिक जी ਨਾਲ my Punjabi is very weak. Beyond that, I will not speak Punjabi. Okay. So that's, and I want, as I said, I would end by saying to all the young people, your parents are accomplished. The fact that they are parents, that is good enough. It doesn't matter what they've done, what they've achieved. Shashank ji, aaiye. I think we have, yes. That's fine. Yeah, because both Gauri and Shashank ji. So I just want to say to all the young people, do away with the 3 C's. You know what are the 3 C's? First is comparison. We all compare. I also compare. Sometimes I do. I won't. But minimize it. Or if you can eliminate, then you will be super happy. Don't compare because your journey is unique. Your family is unique. Your own talents are unique. Second is don't criticize. We're in the media business. But sometimes we talk about people without knowing their circumstances, what they're going through, what are the resources. So stop criticizing. It's a total waste of time. And last is complain. You know, in fact, you're alive, you're doing well, your parents are good, your grandparents are good, you're being today awarded. You're nothing to complain. So do away with the 3 C's and the 3 H's I keep saying embrace. One is not Haryana, sir, that you embraced. Yes. But first is hard work. There's no substitute to hard work. Whatever you focus on grows. And, you know, Mr. Sharma comes from a very storied family. He works as hard as anybody. Shashank ji is a top lawyer. He's a representative of the state of Gujarat, state of Orissa, CBI, ED. He works very hard. They don't have to work hard, I can tell you that. Their parents have done very well. They can afford not to do anything, but they work super hard. So whatever you do, I mean, some of your parents, I know, they have built big enterprising, but there is a beauty in building what you can build yourself. So work hard, build something new. Second is humility. Today you're getting awarded, tomorrow you'll get more accolades, you'll be successful, you'll get a great, please be seated. Yeah. Is humility. You know, the fact I deal with Shashank ji, is such a big lawyer. I deal with Karthik ji, I deal with Sudhir Mishra ji. Sudhir ji is a top environmental lawyer. Humility is the most important thing. Everything else doesn't matter. Deep's been my friend for 17, 18 years. Never see has such a good attitude, such a positive person. I've never seen him saying no. And then he'll figure out the way, you know. That's the attitude he has. So have humility. But the most important edge, I think to me that's the most important. I follow that. Shri Shashi Dubey ji, aage aiye aap. Right? I follow that it is hope. You know, if you can have just hope in your life, that tomorrow will be better than today, whatever I'm seeking will happen. Whatever will happen will be good. If you have that hope, if you can just survive of hope. I survive on hope. I've seen tough situations, but I'm at it and I believe I can solve it, and I do my best and I pray to God. And the last thing I want to say, some of you are very successful. I said it in the morning. Of course, you work hard, you're humble, you have hope, but it is because your parents did sukarma, your grandparents did sukarma. The benefits that you are having today are because of the good work they did, the good karma they did. So take your success a little lightly. I mean, bask in it, enjoy it, celebrate it, continue to make the impact, but stay humble and rooted. I wish you luck. Life is about miracles, it's about serendipity. And as a book I read recently called Fluke, it basically said it's all about chances. And the best way to illustrate that is if Donald Trump hadn't ducked, the world would be a very different place, right? It would be a very different place. I mean, Mr. Sharma is imagining what would it be, but I leave that to it. Thank you, Mr. Sharma, for making time on a Choti Diwali. I know you have an award to go to where you are getting an award at 5 p.m. Uh, so your presence adds to it. You're a young achiever. At less than 40, you became a member of parliament. At the young age of 30, you started running your family business, which is in hospitality and real estate development and liquor and media, which is what you added. And now you are keeping your imprint on policy making. And thank you for giving us the example of what you do in the Parliamentary Committee on Technology and future. I'm sure these people sitting here, with or without the use of AI, will create an impact. So congratulations to all the winners, to the parents, to the families. The success of the young change makers is the success of the family and not just the individuals who are winning. Thank you. Please applaud them louder. Clapping is good for heart muscle, and there's no GST on clapping. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, we have another 10 minutes to go before we really start the awards ceremony. And I would like to invite Jasbir, Jassi Saab. I will, and maybe, so there are youngsters in the room who have done exceptional work. They are teenagers, they are doing wonderful work. You can address them, you can sing a song for them, whatever you like. So 10 minutes. 10 minutes, that's whatever you choose. Okay, please. Yeah. All these young winners are here. You can see them.
Thank you, Ji.
I'm sure all the parents know Jassi ji, but those of you are really young, he is a superstar in music, he's a superstar entertainer. We all grew up, some of them haven't still grown up, but we're trying to grow. He has many hits, but his biggest hit is Kudi Lagi Punjab Di. I won't sing it, otherwise you would run away, and I don't want that. So please give Jassi ji a big round of applause. Karthik ji was prompting him to what to speak on. He's more in entertaining. But I said, if I had to give you a topic, how to live life well and survive toxic people. No reference to anybody particular.
ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਜੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ
And then last thing, one day my mother was in hospital and 5-6 years back, and she was really unwell. And then luckily, she did okay. She came out and I brought her to IIC for meal. And my IIC membership is thanks to Karthik ji. I got my membership thanks to Mr. Sharma. That's not he called me one day and said, send me I want you to fill in the form. And I called him. I said, my mother's feeling a little groovy. Will you come? We were at the NXE. He came and he sang songs for my mother. I don't think I can forget that ever.
Thank you.
In this life. So he's a very kind man. He's also very straightforward and mufat. And that is its own advantages. But
ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਨਮਸਕਾਰ ਆਦਾਬ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਇੰਨੀ ਅੰਗਰੇਜ਼ੀ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਤੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਸਾਹ ਹੀ ਸੁੱਕ ਜਾਂਦੇ मतलब कोई लफ्ज नहीं समझ आता वो एक्चुअली बहुत जोर लगता है ना ट्रांसलेट करने में मुझे तो पहले वाला पाजी कहते हैं ना कि आपका ही नाम है जसवीर जस्सी तो मैं क्या पहली लाइन ट्रांसलेट करता रहता हूँ तो फिर अगले वाली निकल जाती है उस टाइम तो क्या बोलना है चंगी लाइफ के बारे में किस चीज के आप क्या बोला आपने ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਡੀਲ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ बेस्ट वे एक्चुअली ये है हाँ उनको डील ही नहीं करो वो वैसे कार्तिक पाजी से भी मेरी अभी बात है कि मैं क्या बोलना है कहते कि
मीडिया के बारे में बोल सकते हो, जहाँ चेंजेस जो आ रही हैं, जो ये एआई भी आ रहा है सारा कुछ। तो मुझे तो लगता है कि जो सच है ना, सच बोलते रहना चाहिए, और किसी खराब बंदे को, नेगेटिव बंदे को अपने आसपास आने ही नहीं देना चाहिए। ये सबसे बेस्ट चीज़ है, क्योंकि इतनी अच्छी चीज़ें हैं हमारे आसपास, इतनी बढ़िया बढ़िया चीज़ें। मैं जैसे मान लो अ, शुरुआत ही करता हूँ मैं सुबह सुबह बाबे नानक से, जपजी साहब से। तो उसमें इतनी अच्छी अच्छी चीज़ें हैं, एक ओंकार सतनाम करता पुरख निरभौ निर्वैर अकाल मूरत अजूनी सैभं गुर प्रसाद। तो अगर इससे ही शुरुआत की जाए तो आपका माइंड भी बिल्कुल क्लीन रहता है। अगर आप उच्चारण कर लो तो आपकी जुबान भी जो है वो शुद्ध होती है, आपके शब्द जो हैं वो बनते हैं, शब्द बनते हैं तो वो माइंड से ही बनते हैं। तो माइंड अगर पॉजिटिव रहेगा तो सारा दिन मुझे लगता है बहुत अच्छा अच्छा निकल सकता है। बहुत अच्छे अच्छे गाने सुन सकते हो आप, म्यूज़िक ज़्यादा ज़्यादा सुन सकते हो। तो फिर वही बात कि वो टॉक्सिक पीपल से दूर रहो बस। आई थिंक तो अच्छी ज़िंदगी है, अच्छी पॉजिटिव लाइफ है, अच्छा अच्छे लोगों से मिलता हूँ। मैं अपना बताता हूँ जी, मैं बड़े अच्छे अच्छे लोगों से मिलता हूँ रोज़, अच्छे पत्रकारों से, अच्छे विद्वानों से सीखता रहता हूँ। गुरबानी वाले कुछ लोग हैं उनसे सीखता रहता हूँ। जो कोई पंडित जी होते हैं जो मुझे लगता है कि इनको मंत्र बहुत अच्छे आते हैं, मतलब पखंडी वाले नहीं लोग, जो जितने भी हैं बाबे जो हैं, कई कई बाबे हैं, वो पखंडी वाले नहीं, दूसरे बंदों से मैं जाके मिलता हूँ, उनसे बात करता हूँ कि कैसे मेडिटेशन हो सकती है, कैसे हम लोग अपने, क्योंकि हमने परफॉर्म करना होता है तो हमें बड़ी ज़रूरत होती है, माइंड भी सेट रहना बड़ा ज़रूरी है। फिर उसके बाद बॉडी फिट रहनी बड़ी ज़रूरी है, तंदुरुस्त होना बड़ा ज़रूरी है, माइंड का तंदुरुस्त होना भी बड़ा ज़रूरी है। तो इन चीज़ों में ही पड़ा रहता हूँ। बहुत बहुत अच्छी चीज़ें, हमारे पात्र साहब, सुरजीत पात्र साहब एक हमारे बहुत बड़े कवि थे, तो वो कहते कि मैं राहां ते नहीं तुरदा, मैं तुरदा हाँ ते राह बन दे। मैं रास्तों पे चलता नहीं हूँ, मैं चलता हूँ तो फिर रास्ते बन जाते हैं। तो युगां तो काफिले आउंदे इस सच दा गवाह बन दे। इसका जो है विटनेस है वो मतलब सच का जो विटनेस है वो रास्ते जो हैं या काफिले हैं वो इसके विटनेस हैं। तो उनकी मुझे लाइनें बड़ी बड़ी कमाल की, एक कहते हैं कि जो सच बोलने के ऊपर है ना, कार्तिक बाजी, वो कहते हैं कि कभी कभी कहते हैं कि इन्ना सच ना बोल के कल्ला रह जावे। इतना सच भी नहीं बोलना चाहिए कि आप इकल्ले रह जाओ। मैं आपको बाद में समझाऊंगा, पहले इसकी लाइन बोल लेता हूँ कि इन्ना सच ना बोल के कल्ला रह जावे, चार क बंदे रख ले मोढा देन लई। मोढा मतलब कंधा देने के लिए चार बंदे रखने चाहिए आपको, कि आपके साथ कोई चल चल सके या चल पड़े। पर मैं तो ये सोचता हूँ कि सच बोलना चाहिए, बोल्डली सच बोलना चाहिए। आपका माइंड क्लीन रहता है, आपको छुपाना कुछ नहीं पड़ता, आप सही रास्तों पे चलते रहते हो। ये इनको मैंने बहुत खराब खराब टॉक्सिक लोगों से बचाया है अभी, अनुराग को अभी बचा भी रहा हूँ। तो इसीलिए मुझे लगता है इन्होंने आज टॉपिक यही रख ली है कि कैसे दूर रहना। अब आपको बचाया है, आपको मैं अब दूर रहने की तरकीबें जो हैं वो बताता रहूँगा। थैंक यू सो मच, सत श्री अकाल, थैंक यू जी बहुत।
All right. So we'll begin with our award ceremony, and just give me 2 minutes. We can just play some music till then. Thoda sa. Yes. All right. Okay.
For the designation, just say the designation.
Okay. All right. So let's get in the groove. Our award ceremony is here. And I would like to invite on stage first Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Businessworld, and Founder Exchange for Media. I would like to invite Mr. Kartikeya Sharma ji, MP Rajya Sabha, Mr. Jasbir Jassi ji, and Mr. Ved Shukla ji to be here on stage. So, Vedji, yes, all right. Our first winner at the second edition of Gen Z and Gen Alpha Changemakers is Ms. Sanjana Chauhan, founder and CEO, Tarini. One second, one.
You can give Sanjana a bigger round of applause.
Another one.
All the winners, it's your day to speak a few words. There'll be a group photo. Stay back for that. Back to you, Sanjana.
A very good afternoon to everyone. First of all, thank you so much, sir, and thank you to Business World. I think it's a great honor to be here today and to be receiving this award. Just a little bit on how I started this. I started this like 4 years ago. I saw so many gaps that were there in grassroots leadership, and that led me to form Tarini, which works in a lot of different aspects. So I'm confident that through Tarini, I'll be able to bring hope to the underserved communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Tarini. Thank you, Sanjana. I'm so sorry, I confused it. Our next winner is Mr. Arush Tiwari. He is international ice skater, a young man, class 9 student. My next one on school.
Give him a bigger round of applause.
Would you like to say something?
Mr. Tiwari has represented India in ice skating internationally. He just played a tournament globally and has just come back. So please give him a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Can you give me that one?
Thank you so much to the distinguished jury and Business World for selecting me for this prestigious Young Changemaker Award. It's truly an honor to be recognized among such inspiring young leaders. This award means so much because it recognizes not just individual achievements but our potential to create positive impact. I am committed to using this platform to continue making a difference and encouraging other young people to pursue their dreams fearlessly. Thank you once again to Business World and the jury.
Give Arush another round of applause.
Another big one. All right, our next winner is Anaita Bajaj. Can we have Anaita here? We can have a bigger round of applause for her. You want to say something?
So much, sir. Thank you for Business World for having me here. It's an honor to get this award. For anyone who would like a copy of my book, they're both on the table over there. Please feel free to grab them. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Our next winner is Vansh Kohli. Can we have Vansh on the stage? Let's have a bigger round of applause for Vansh, please.
Give Vansh a bigger round of applause.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Just want to say thank you, Businessworld. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone, for giving me this award, and really means a lot to me. Thank you.
Our next young winner is Udyan Mishra, 13 years old.
Thank you so much for the award. It's truly an honor to receive this. And hello, everybody. I just wanted to say that I've spent like 5 years playing football and I absolutely love the game. And if I have to say that I've learned one thing from playing football, it will have to be that teamwork is like a key to winning everything. If let's say that you have nothing right now, but with the help of your friends, your family, everybody who's taught you everything, you can reach places you could have never imagined. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I want to thank Ved Shukla ji, and I want to invite Mr. Daksh Bardwaj, partner Bardwaj and Bardwaj. He is not here. Can I have Mr. Rishi, sir, Mr. H.P. Singh Rishi, journalist, international trader, author, combined in one, to be here with us? Yes. Please join us, sir. And our next winner is, let's give them a real round of applause. Our next winner is the young, she's a sports enthusiast, a brilliant student, Miss Os Ahuja. Can we call her on stage?
Give also a bigger round of applause. Man. Oz is a budding international tennis player. She just went to Spain and spent a couple of months training in the same academy which has produced world champions. So I hope Oz someday we can say that we know Oz Ahuja, you know.
First of all, thank you so much to Businessworld for giving me this award. It's a huge honor and it motivates athletes like me to work harder every day. Tennis has taught me a lot, but like the biggest lesson I've learned is that staying mentally strong and motivating yourself is like the biggest thing you can do because you're the only one who's fighting your own battle out there. So thank you so much to everyone who's supporting me and thank you to Businessworld. This means a lot.
Thank you. And moving on to our next winner. Our next winner is Sarim Ali Khan. He's a young entrepreneur. Let's invite him here.
Give Sarim a bigger round of applause.
Sarim, want to say something?
First of all, thank you to Dr. Anurag Batra and BW Business World for presenting this award and providing such a wonderful platform for everybody to showcase their talent and talk about themselves, basically. And second of all, the biggest thing I've learned from all this is always staying like humble and always being in a feeling of gratitude. So I would like to thank everybody who has taken out some time to come here and support the newer generations. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And at this stage, I want to thank Mr. Singh. Mr. Rishi, thank you, sir. Sir, Mr. Singh, thank you. I would thank you for joining us here. And I would like to, you can take your seat, and I would like to invite on stage Mr. Shashi Dubey Ji to join us here and give away the next award. Let's welcome sir with a huge round of applause. And our next winner is Aparajita Mishra. She is a young student and emerging Kathak dancer. Round of applause for her.
Thank you, everybody. I'm really grateful to BW Business World and all of the jewelry to give me this award. And I'm really happy and grateful for it. I was born at 900 grams, but now I'm healthy. I think that the main purpose of life is to remain healthy and happy. No matter what we do, we should always do it gratefully, happily, and with a lot of passion and hard work, or the talent will be nothing. And from Kathak, I've learned that we should always express our emotions. We should never keep it in ourselves. We should always be honest and always express all of our emotions. Thank you.
He said BMW, but I have to tell you a story, Mr. Chauhan, where I just acquired Business World. Mr. Sharma has heard the story before. And, one day I don't go to nightclub, but there was a time I went for some reason to a nightclub and I met somebody. She asked me, what do you do? So I said, I work at BW. So she said, okay, you work at BW, but I go to BW every day. I don't see you. I said, I go mostly when I'm in Delhi, I go to the office. I also don't see you because I have recruited everyone that works there. But I figured out that she was talking of this nightclub called Black and White, where she goes every day. And I'm talking of BW Business World. So BMW is still okay. It's not that bad.
All right, thank you. Our next winner is, I think, the youngest in the list, Gauri Bajpai. Let's encourage this youngest winner here. You want to say something?
A big round of applause.
Yes. You want to say something?
Thank you so much for this award. I'm really grateful to you.
I would. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to request Somesh Sharma ji to join us here on stage, please. And our next winner is Samya Chauhan. She's a young achiever. Samya, please.
Please give Samya a big round of applause.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. My name is Samaya Chauhan. Thank you, Anurag sir, Kartiki sir, and Business World for this amazing honor. Plan Y, I started 4 years ago with a bunch of other peers, and we're working on civic reform among different marginalized communities in India and abroad, and we will continue to do so. Thank you so much.
All right. Let's keep cheering for these young achievers. Our next winner is Samara Chauhan. She's the founder of Learning with Equity and Access program.
Thank you so much, Business World, for bestowing this award on me. It is an absolute honor to be here. I'm working on LEAD, Learning with Equity and Access program, with the aim of bridging gaps between kids who have access and who don't have access to opportunities and resources. and to change their mindsets that they can do anything that we can do. After all, we're all just friends. So that's my aim. Thank you.
I want to thank our guests here, Mrs. Chauhan and Shashi Dubey ji. Thank you for joining us here. And I want to invite on stage Mr. Bharat Sachdev ji. Mr. Bharat Sharma ji. Okay, sorry. Mrs. Somesh Sharma ji. Sorry. You can be here. I want to invite Mr. Sachdev to join us on stage.
You know, I've known Bharat for a long time. He spoke, he's written a book. I wish all of you who are winners were in the room when he was speaking. He was so good and he spoke about how to conquer your mind. And he swam from where to where, Bharat?
Talaimanar, Sri Lanka to Dhanushkodi, India, last year.
Say the things you said. I think they're relevant for the young people.
I think it's all about resilience, and I think it's much more needed in today's times than ever before. So don't give up. I think one of the speakers rightly said you need to give yourself some time to see how it's progressing. Stay consistent, and most importantly, stay healthy and happy. You have a long way to go. And like Sir said, we have a future of India sitting over here. So all the very best to all of you.
Thank you. So let's call our next winner. She's doctor at this young age, Dr. Harshita Umesh, founder and head founder. She's a doctor. I mean, the designation is wrong here, but anyway, Dr. Harshita Sharma. Harshita Umesh.
Her name is Dr. Harshita Umesh. I met her for the first time. She's come all the way from Bangalore. She spoke and I wanted to check her age. They're so wise. Please give Dr. Harshita Umesh a big round of applause.
Hello, everybody. So first of all, I'd like to thank Anurag Batra sir and Himani Saxena ma'am for coordinating and making this event such a huge success and for bringing all of us change makers together. It's always so heartwarming to see that the young generation keeps having new ideas and the old generation is there to support us and propel us forward. So thank you so much. I just recently graduated my MBBS and my organization works on universal health coverage. But we believe that prevention is better than cure. And to reach the last mile populations, we're working with all healthcare professionals. So whether it's an ASHA worker, it's a physiotherapist, an occupational therapist, we believe there's a lot to be capitalized on. And in creating education and awareness, we might be able to prevent a lot more deaths. Thank you.
I want to thank Somesh ji for being here, and I want to invite Mr. Deep Bajaj to join us on stage. Okay, our next winner is Ritik Sharma. Can we have him here? Let's celebrate his achievements.
Ritik is a music composer. Hopefully you'll hear his tunes making huge impact. So please give Ritik a big, he's possibly the oldest. Gauri is the youngest receiving the award. Give Ritik a big round of applause.
Just want to thank Batra sir, and the whole team, Himani and everyone. I mean, it's a big task to organize all of these events. So thank you so much for that. Thank you so much, Businessworld. And no, please don't be so humble. But yes, it is a very good thing that you all are doing for the whole community. And I would just like to thank God, thank my parents. And also, I really liked what Mr. Bajaj said, that it's not about the idea, it's about the person and it's about the mindset. So I want to thank my dad for instilling the right mindset inside me right from the start. Thank you so much.
And Ritik, आपको जस्सी जी नु पकड़ लेना चाहिए था. पढ़ लेना इन्होंने, हाँ? ठीक है.
All right. Our next winner is Ketan Sharma, 23 years old, young guy. Let's welcome him, please. Yes.
Ketan is in the nutrition domain. He's just finished a course and started working with an enterprise on nutrition. So he's a nutritional therapist, so to say. So give Ketan a big round of applause.
First of all, I would like to say thanks to Businessworld and Patra sir. It's a great opportunity to be here, and it's an honor to be here. And I would just like to say, like, health and well-being is the fundamental part of everyone's life. And I just wanna, this is the change I wanna bring in this world. I just wanna help everyone live their healthiest, most vital life ever.
Thank you.
I want to thank Mr. Bajaj for joining us here, and I want to invite Dr. Shali Batra to join us on stage. Our next winner is Sumedha Mehta. She is founder and managing director at Har Haq. Yes, please. Okay. Anaya Wake. Anaya Wake. She's the founder and managing director Har Haq. She's the next winner. Yes.
Anaya, make a big round of applause. Again, I heard her for the first time. And the kind of work and with the conviction she is doing. She shared a story in the morning. Again, these are people, I'm sure you'll see a lot of them in the future making impact, making waves, and really contributing to society. So give Anya a big round of applause. Bigger round of applause, yeah, bigger.
Sumedha is next, right?
Sumedha is next, yes.
Hi everyone, my name is Anya. I'm the co-founder and managing director of a non-profit. It's called Herd Hub. And we work on making sure that the world is a place where no woman has to fight to make her voice heard. We work on menstrual hygiene and public policy at the intersection of gender. And I'm so happy to be here. Thank you to the entire team for having us here and to all of you for clapping and being here on Choti Diwali. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Bharat ji, for joining us. And I want to invite on stage Ms. Deepika Narayan Bharadwaj to join us here on stage. Our next...
Deepika has started this Ekam Nyaya Foundation. She helps men and their families fight with wrong cases. She's built 2 documentaries. One is on Netflix, one is on Hotstar. The first documentary is called Martyrs of Marriage. And the second is called India's Sons. And she is doing really, God's work, I would say. And she doesn't make any money. She's founded the foundation. So she's open to donations. She's celebrating the first year of the Ekam Nyaya Foundation on 17 November at the Constitution Club. Mr. Kapil Mishra, who's the Law Minister for Delhi, is our chief guest. And you have to see the lives of people she's transformed because they'll be there. She's out of all the winners, she's doing life-changing work. So, please give her a big round of applause. And
All right, let's celebrate our next young achiever, Sumedha Mehta. She is founder One Essentials. One as in jungle, one, right.
give Sumedha a big round of applause, yeah.
Thank you so much, Businessworld, for this opportunity. I'm really grateful. And as Anurag sir said that I've climbed the top of the mountain, the next mountain is here to climb. And as Jisveer sir, you said, leave all the toxic people behind. And yes, I'm ready to explore more. Thank you so much.
All right, our next winner is, we heard her at the panel also speaking some really intelligent stuff. Miss Palak Khanna, founder, Break the Ice. Arihan क्या? Arihan, no?
I keep it short. Thank you very much to the entire team, the jury, for the opportunity and for such a wonderful event. Yeah, it's been a true pleasure. I started my organization during COVID. I overheard a conversation between my mom and my domestic help. My domestic help, she'd had her periods at our place and she was very uncomfortable asking for pads. And that whisper of a conversation kind of made me realize, this is a stigma and we need to break it. So I think it started from that conversation, led to an organization, a nonprofit called Break the Ice, where we work on literally breaking the ice about conversations that matter, but often get ignored. So yeah, that's what I work on. Thank you very much, and thank you.
Congratulations. And we have two winners who have sent their videos. They have won. Can we run their videos? The first one is Arihan Singh. He's our winner. Can we see him on screen, please?
Honored guests, my fellow awardees, and the jury members of BW Business World, Gen Z, and Gen Alpha ChangeMakers 2.0 Conclaven Awards 2025. Thank you for bestowing this honor on me. I am delighted and humbled. My endeavor to grow the Museum Learning Network as a self-sustaining institution has one aim, that India should treat its museums as centers of our great civilization. As India marches to becoming an economic superpower, it needs to become a museum superpower with access for all. Our museums are platforms for learning. Let us do whatever we can to strengthen them. I regret my inability to attend in person, and I thank you all once again.
We have one more video, one more winner. In all, we have two more awards left. So one is online and one is just on his way. He will just be there. The next one is Aditya Sen Gupta Dhar. Can we please video, please?
Sorry I couldn't come to the award ceremony in person, but thank you so much to the jury and the organizers for considering Project Kahani and me worthy of this recognition. Project Kahani from the beginning was meant to be an initiative led by youth and for youth. So it's really exciting for it to be recognized at this occasion alongside so many other youth initiatives and be celebrated like this. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. I want to call on stage Ms. Tahsin Zaidi to join us here. Hold on. Who's there? Please. Now let's give them a real round of applause. This is the last award. And the winner for the final winner today is Ela Pandey. She's an international junior tennis player, a budding player. Let's welcome her here. Let's give them an applause.
Give it a bigger round of applause.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Businessworld, for having me here. It's really an honor to be here. And I would really thank to my parents for all the credit and everything. And I would really say that playing sport isn't an easy path. Like, it's really not an easy career option. So you really, really have to have a good support system backing you up from behind. My parents have been there with me with all my ups and highs and lows and everything. Like, even with my smallest winning, they were there with me. And even with my worst mental breakdown, they were there with me. So thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
All right. I want to request all winners to come here on the stage and let's do a joint with their trophies, of course. And let's do a group picture.
ठीक है, तुम मैं समझा के आ रही हूँ। ग्रुप फोटो के बाद जस्सी सर होने चाहिए, सारे बड़े होने चाहिए इनके
सर, जस्सी सर,
यस, कार्तिकेय सर, ये 3 जरूर होने चाहिए। और मैं नाम बोल रही हूँ वहां जाकर, मैं नहीं आ रही।
यहाँ पे लगा, यहाँ।
Everyone in, make sure that.
Yes.
Can
You can also come in the front. Yes, please, some of you come in the front. Yes. There was one small young winner, the youngest one. Wish you. Yes. Please come in the front. Yes. Is it good? Okay. All right. Is Gauri here? Yes. Okay. We have to wait, please. I will tell you when this is done. I will announce that time. Okay. Yes. So right now we are having one set of pictures. Let's finish this set fast. Okay. You can so you can come in the front here. All right. Okay, now our official guys are here. Now they will click. Which camera do you have to look into? This one. Azhar, raise your hand. Okay.
We needed Bharat in the hotel. Bharat come.
Please come here.
Some of the other thing happened. And Mr. Deep Bajaj.
Mr. Bajaj.
One just the winner. One of us, just the winner. Just the winner. You can be there. Take seats, some of you can sit. You can come on, pick up and put your horse and hand them. Take a photo, Naval and other. Let's everyone look at here.
Okay, done. Are we done? All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Let's remove these chairs. We have to get 2 pictures on stage. Can we remove these chairs? Kamlesh. No, no, that's okay. That's all right. Uh, no, no, I have told them they will join us on stage.
Even she missed it.
जैसी जी आ जाओ एक नंबर दे रहा you can take it from where is the person Himani
Anya, can we have Anya's name on the back? Yes.
and one more you were inside the phone.
Who's the next? No? Samaya's name on, yes. Come, Samaya.
Maya. It doesn't matter. Jasini look happy.
And last one, this one last picture, Samara Chauhan. Samara.
I think you dad.
Samara, yes. Samara, please join us. Yes.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mani.
I'll tell you at the end. Good to see you.
आप कर लो चैनल के बाद आप क्या कर